where the rubber meets the road, the training that is being done. And of course, in that arena, Accelerate Mississippi, and I will not take Dr. Courtney Taylor's opening lines away from her. I will just say that recently created entity here in the state to focus on this area, and that is our first speaker this morning is Executive Director at Accelerate Mississippi, Dr. Courtney Taylor.
Good morning. This microphone's being a little dramatic, but good morning. I'm honored to spend some time with you discussing my favorite topic, which is workforce development, and in this case, the realities surrounding labor force participation. Thank you, Senator Sparks, for the opportunity to be with you today and all morning, and I'm looking forward to continuing this discussion beyond today. I'm going to try to get a lot done in a short amount of time, so bear with me. But I have to start by simply asking what you think workforce development is, and I'm going to lead the witness just a little bit. Maybe I'm not. There we go. What you think workforce development is, and from our definition, it's simply a range of strategies to develop talent, skills, connect employers and workers, and facilitate career mobility. The definition of workforce is scary simple, but I think it's important to guide the discussion to understand we are talking about everything. Everything from pre-K to elder engagement and elder care has to be on the table if we're going to truly make a difference in our workforce participation. So to ensure I don't lose you through this presentation, allow me to begin with the end in mind and my call to action for Mississippi, which very specifically is a few things that I think are vital to this work. We must continue to address the following 3 items and treat them with urgency. We must continue to identify policy that enhances workforce quality and aligns education to demand. We must cement the career coaching initiative across silos, and we must prioritize special populations. I'll expand on these at the end, but I wanted you to have a base to start from. To get into it, I'm going to spend a minute on federal workforce policy to ensure we're all starting with the same understanding. We have over 100 years of workforce policy in this country, dating back to the Smith-Hughes Act of 1917, which provided funding for vocational education, now called career technical education. Then in 33, the Wagner-Pizer Act that you heard Director Ashley discuss yesterday came along. This program remains focused on connecting job seekers to employers. Shortly after, the Works Progress Administration was created. Then there was a 30-year gap between that and the Trade Adjustment Assistance Act in 1962. That same year brought us the Manpower Development and Training Act. These programs were created to assist individuals who lost jobs due to exporting American jobs overseas and those who needed to be trained or retrained because of automation and technological change. Then you have the Comprehensive Employment Act, you have the Workforce Investment Act, and you have WIOA ultimately in 2014. We may have a bipartisan workforce bill coming in the next month or so in DC, which means we average a new federal policy once every 12 years or so. I provide this history as a way to level my comments and remind everyone that the labor force is a longitudinal challenge. This is not just simply an acute challenge, and our seminal workforce policy depends simply on the premise that there are more jobs than people, and that those people will physically show themselves, neither of which is true today. During the time of these policies, the labor force participation rate rose in this country from 58.6% in 1948 to the all-time high of 67.3%. in early 2000 to the current 62.7% as of August, I believe. The feds have always considered 3% or less full employment. And while I understand this thinking, I think it's limiting in today's current reality, which no one 100 years ago probably could have anticipated our economy would be as complex, complicated, and unreachable for many of our citizens. More on that in a minute as I drive this home to Mississippi, but we are formally Mississippi's Office of Workforce Development, known as Accelerate Mississippi. And here is our vision and mission. And I'm not going to spend much time on this, but it is ultimately Accelerate's responsibility to drive the vision for what we know we need our workforce to be and work with our partners who are delivering the programs, employment services, and support every day. To truly engineer and continuously improve a statewide, fully integrated talent development system and have a world-class workforce aligned with Mississippi's economic portfolio, we must make targeted investments and continuously check the outcomes. The simple reality in this country is we've allowed each person, policy, and approach to be one-dimensional. You go to your corner and work on K-12, you go to your corner and work on community colleges, you go to your corner, so on and so forth. To effectively impact the labor force desperately needed to both grow and develop our state, it has to become a coordinated attack, which is where my office comes in. So to provide just a quick overview of the timeline of our office, I've got this image up here, but I also want to say I genuinely believe Mississippi leaders created something special with our version of the State Office of Workforce Development that we all know as Accelerate. I'm clearly biased, but I've dedicated my life to this work and have examined other states' efforts and chat regularly with states looking to create offices like ours across the country. The fact that we report to business and industry representatives through the governor and lieutenant governor is unique. While it has its challenges, this setup provides for many advantages many other states will not have in their setup. As Ryan would say, we must be the tip of the spear. We have to see the system as a whole from birth to death. This is a monumental task that we've had to break off in big pieces to get through it. So as a quick reminder, we were formally created in July of 2020, staffed in July of 2021 with Ryan. During that time, we also took over WET funds. In 2022, we saw the Comprehensive Career and Technical Education Reform Act, which mandated CTE return on investment study and streamlined K-12 credentials into a single list. We in 2022, we established the Career Coach formally as a statewide initiative. We had the ARPA program for direct training and wraparound services was funded to the tune of $60 million. And we brought Mississippi Works Fund over that year to accelerate. In 2023, the Career Coach initiative was expanded through the state general fund dollars, and the nursing and allied health program and physician residency programs were funded through ARPA at $28 million. Which brought the total to $88 million of federal funds that the office is responsible for, roughly about half of those left to be expended. They've been all allocated. 2024 saw another expansion of career coaching where the state is investing $15 million, which allowed us to hire 203 coaches this year, not including those hired locally by Create Foundation and others. We're in the phase of fine-tuning this program to ensure we're making a difference where we can. We can't do everything on the backs of these 203 people and their support system, but we can do something. It's important to note that during this time, as we were creating significant change to the WET funds, figuring out Mississippi Works, building out a statewide career coaching model, and managing $88 million of federal funds, we were also working to build out how we support economic development efforts alongside MDA. 2024 brought a new talent solutions model in which the additional state funding was dedicated through the Amplify Cell Technologies funding, and we are working with Amazon Web Services as well. We partner with MDA on these efforts to develop training and recruiting services, and MDES as well to utilize their network of job centers where feasible to support this work. We're proud of the wins we've had for Mississippians, but recognize there's much work to do. As I kick off this next session, please understand that true workforce development policy, in my opinion, must be a function of demand in this economy. We cannot continue to train and pray they get a job model that is so popular in my profession, and thankfully I live in a state with leaders who agree with this. We can't continue to throw a little money at the problem and never review the genuine outcomes. We cannot allow federal policy to dictate our entire approach. All things I'm proud to say Mississippi leaders have not only said, but prioritized through decades of policy and establishing our office and subsequent policies discussed here. We must continue to do this. We must continue to ask hard questions to keep the entire system moving forward and serving Mississippians. So where are we today? I'm not going to belabor any of this because you've heard it, but I do think it's important to note that Mississippi saw its highest labor force participation rate in 1994, which was 30 years ago, and has been on a steady decline since then. This is why I say this is a longitudinal problem. The United States saw its highest labor force participation rate in 1999 and has been on a similar steady decline. As we move forward, it is my opinion that it is right and good to celebrate wins, but it is also vital that we find our flaws before others do. We cannot stick our heads in the sand about the realities of our workforce, or we'll look back in 5 or 10 years and realize we've done nothing for our people. As we're increasing jobs and wages, which we are, as you'll see on the screen, we also have to pay attention to a calculation that we follow called the MIT Living Wage Calculator. We run the numbers every year to look at, are we funding the right occupations? You know, how are we helping our companies? How are we expanding knowledge? In 2022, the living wage for a single individual statewide was $16.01 an hour, meaning that according to MIT, you make $16.01 an hour. As an individual, you can stand on your own 2 feet, maybe not put money in savings, things like that, but you can survive. Today, that number sits at $19.89 an hour, nearly a $4 increase in 2 years in what it takes to survive. That's tough for everybody. All while our poverty rate sits at 19.2% compared to 11.5% at the federal level. Education attainment is low but increasing, with about a 6.2% gap between Mississippi and the national average for bachelor's degrees. We are above in the associate's degree category, I think by about 3%. However, job opportunities must exist to encourage all of this to be different. We do not have a high demand for degrees beyond associate's degrees in this state, so we must take that into consideration as we talk about programs and what's necessary. Why does all this matter? Each data point has an attached opportunity to address a weakness or a threat. Low labor force participation is an opportunity to review policy and how the system is set up, what it's designed and funded to produce. Is it producing what we need more of? I'll argue it's not if we're spending billions on a system that's been designed since the Industrial Revolution to put people to work, and they're not going to work. Very simply, our state is in an incredible position to grow economically, but that growth won't occur without at least two things: growth in the number of people working and growth in the skills those individuals have to increase our gross domestic product. That's the ultimate goal. We must continue to produce what we always have and provide freshly skilled workers for new sectors like electric vehicles, data centers, and then also support our existing industries like shipbuilding and construction. More people working, producing more is a challenging reality and something that we have to treat with urgency across the board, not just accelerate. That means everyone from policymakers to business leaders to every agency charged with any portion of what's required to produce, many of which you heard from yesterday, all have to be in this together. We must understand the product that we're producing, and we must continue to do the work. In some cases, we aren't keeping the talent that we're producing due to lack of knowledge of jobs here, or salaries don't compare to those offered in other states, or some people come to Mississippi for education and return home to where they're from. In other cases, we can't keep the talent because our state, we have many citizens who exist in what we call opportunity deserts. There's just not jobs where they live. These are all things that we have to take into account. It's important to note that we are keeping about 30% of our community college graduates who come in from out of state and about 15% of our university graduates who come in from out of state. There's an opportunity to increase their attachment to the labor market to encourage them to stay after graduating instead of exporting talent elsewhere. Now, what is Accelerate doing about labor force participation? We embarked on a deep work related to understanding our labor market in terms of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We call this the Advanced Training and Livelihood Aligned Strategy, or ATLAS. We used ATLAS before it was cool. I feel like everything today is named ATLAS, but that's what we call it. Anyway, this is simply our roadmap for Mississippi workforce. We baked everything we are doing this year in WET funds, Works funds, our Reconnect program that's funded by Mississippi Works, and our WIOA plan all has functions of this in it. And I'm happy to provide copies for anybody who needs one after this. But in this analysis, we spent a significant amount of time trying to figure out, where are we, where do we need to go, and what's happening. So most of what's on the screen I don't think is a surprise, but we're going to talk about it. So it's our assertion that we have a strong concentration of traded sectors. We have forecasted an actual job growth, and we have low educational barriers to quality jobs. Some weaknesses there, though. We have low labor force participation, as we are here. Now, last year when I talked about this, I had to say low and declining labor force participation. We're ticking up a little bit now, so there's a positive. We do have high underemployment of educated workers, and underemployment is a challenging factor to get your hands around, but it's something to take note of. We have low secondary and post-secondary credential attainment, but it is improving. We have a lack of aligned short-term training programs. We have some opportunities, which would be the number of potential workers on the sidelines, the forecasted job growth in the labor force. The census is forecasting a growth over the next 10 years, and an upward trend in degree attainment. Some threats, we have a geographical misalignment between job seekers and employment opportunities. We have historical wage stagnation, which means some of our people only know what they knew 10 years ago, and they don't understand that we have jobs that pay better today than we did back then. I did include a threat as a low educational barrier to quality labor market outcomes because I think it is both a strength and a threat, meaning if we want people to make more money, that's probably going to require more education in the future. We do have the lowest wages in the nation. And I think we should be proud of having a low cost of living and a positive tax environment, but we also must understand we're competing against the world for talent, and what people earn matters. If our kids can graduate from high school and go to another state, and make more money, that's all they're going to see. They're not going to understand what cost of living is. So there's much work to be done there. The misalignment of jobs. Basically, red means there's more jobs than there are people looking for jobs, and the lighter it gets, the more it slacks off. Our population centers are our heavy employment centers, so you can see the dark red and the darker red around there. Basically, right now we have about 1.5 job postings for every person looking for a job. So we've got to do more to get more people encouraged to look for jobs. That's part of what Director Ashley was talking about yesterday. This one's a little bit hard to see, but the wages, the data from this is about a year old now, so the wages are probably about 5% higher than they were when we pulled these numbers. But long story short, about 77% of our jobs in Mississippi require a 2-year degree or less. Lightcast data shows that about 66% of the jobs in Mississippi pay an average hourly wage between $17 and $21 an hour. Remember, $19 an hour is what it takes, almost $20 an hour, what it takes to be self-sufficient as an individual per MIT. These numbers will be debated. If you look across the state, you must be honest that to truly move forward, we must continue to recruit new companies, continue to encourage higher level of skills so that our companies can be more productive and pay more. And we must focus our efforts on those who are providing those good jobs. We must continue to grow and develop, especially in our rural communities, so we don't lose them all together. What does this look like functionally? To begin, it looks like we've set a goal of attracting 21,000 workers back into the economy over the next 2 years. This is not an easy task, and I will not pretend like it's just we're gonna snap our fingers and it's gonna happen. But I think between Director Ashley's team and our team, I think we'll be able to help stir up some people and get them into training programs. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But these individuals are going to have to come from everywhere: high schools, community colleges, universities, adult education programs, and even the couch. As a quick aside, Mississippi's adult education program could be considered the largest high school in Mississippi, serving 8,700 individuals last year, leading to over 1,500 high school equivalency completers. While I love this work, I will say we need more Mississippians who currently do not have a high school diploma to receive those degrees. And also some post-secondary credentials along the way. To prepare these workers, significant targeted investments in the human capital infrastructure of Mississippi had to happen, which we've been able to make thanks to the efforts of the governor and the legislature. But the key here is that these investments must be targeted. So we've baked into our DNA a few operational strategies. Got too ahead of myself there. Essentially, at the root of everything is direct investments towards priority sectors and occupations. Will always be resource limited. So to affect change in the areas most needed, we have to focus on the priority or critical areas of the moment. We're not going to change 97% of the outcomes with 3% of the money, but we can change the outcomes of what we're charged directly with by prioritizing where the funds go, which is what we've done, and I'll talk about that in a second. What you'll see on the screen is that the highest paying first-year jobs in Mississippi are in manufacturing, healthcare, and energy. Further, here is a list of what we call our priority occupations. Establishing the priority occupations list is our way of signaling to the entire state that we want funding and training focused on these items. It's not a perfect process, but it's a starting point and allows us to drive quick wins, allowing the system to feel some relief from the intense pressure it's been under for about 4 years now. We began by pulling the top 20 high demand occupations by annual openings in each ecosystem with a high wage filter of $16 an hour, following the MIT wage recommendations. This was over a year ago, almost 2 years ago now. These are focused on entry-level occupations if you look at the list, not those with supervisory responsibility, so they are not included in this list. All government jobs, including education, were excluded from this list, as this list is specifically focused on, or primarily focused on export-related jobs that are bringing money into the state, which is a critical economic development concept. We are asking our training providers to focus on building short-term training on-ramps to these quality jobs, specifically through WET funds, which we have reprioritized, and a Mississippi Works funded program we call Reconnect. This program prioritizes paying for registration fees and training stipends for participants where companies employ these priority occupations and have direct hiring needs and are willing to interview program completers. That's a critical component of this is, again, we're moving away from train and pray. So we're saying companies, we need you at the table. Let's push you through. We need more places for individuals to be trained for the good jobs they can find locally, and we are asking that these programs include high school seniors wherever they can to shorten the on-ramp of the 37% of high school students who go straight into the workforce in Mississippi. We have also asked the Department of Education to prioritize associated credential attainment to ensure K-12 students are gaining access to the jobs they're preparing for as well, and they've responded by taking the SWIB recommendation of increasing credential attainment beyond 45%, which is something I'm incredibly grateful for. They've set the targets and moving forward. More must be done. Simply creating the programs and the training opportunities doesn't solve the entire program, but it is where we had to start. We are eating the elephant one bite at a time. Moving on. We have worked to ensure that for at least what we're associated with, education and training pathways are industry aligned and drive learning and skill development, which is a proxy for quality. So there's lots of policy opportunity here, and I gotta change this slide, sorry y'all. But with 77% of our current jobs requiring a 2-year degree or less, we must create more short-term on-ramps quality jobs that can be accessed outside of employment or a degree program. This does not mean we stop doing things that we are doing in many cases, but to have a world-class workforce, we need to continue to educate and train all types for quality jobs, but we need more pathways into these jobs, and that requires a significant investment. So what you see on the screen here is a high-level overview of the sectors we've invested in statewide, thanks to the ARPA and special projects investments. These are for 3 years. It's a running total. We update it every year. Frankly, the money invested means nothing without outcomes. We must move from an output-focused system to an outcome-focused system, i.e. focus on the data points about what's happening to the individual. Once the SLDS is updated next month, it will be the first time we've had the opportunity to truly dig down and analyze the outcomes of these investments. Please understand the workforce system as an industry has been obsessed with outputs for 100 years, i.e. we trained 1,000 people, therefore we're successful. Are they better off? That's the question we're asking. It's not something different. If not, we have to do something different. And that likely means providing high quality training to a smaller number of participants with an increased focus on quality and getting them directly to work. This is very much a work in progress, and it is also something you all have invested in by providing much needing funded for us to improve existing technology systems so we can move from waiting 1.5 years for outcomes to knowing a quarter later what's going on. This will be a massive shift in how we operate state funds once the project is complete next summer, but for now we do have these initial impacts statewide. So these are just a few of the highlighted programs. $5 million invested in diesel technician programs. Enrollment increased from 168 to 319 or 310, which is a 59% increase since 2021. Nursing, about $25 million invested to increase capacity, retention, and accessibility. We plan to add 450 seats to the nursing programs around the state universities, community college. That's primarily using ARPA funds by 2027. We've invested $6 million in line worker programs around the state, adding 140 new seats per year to this training, and the ability to train about 320 fiber technicians, and that's growing with the Amazon project. Industrial maintenance, $12 million to double the number of potential training opportunities. $10 million for production operators across construction and manufacturing specifically. North Mississippi is growing leaps and bounds, and there's a lot of work to do as well as the Jackson Metro. Aerospace composite, we invested $2.5 million in $2.5 million in this program to train about 200 techs per year. This is a partnership between Mississippi State and several community colleges. The reality is it takes 2 to 4 years on average to see real outcomes from the moment the dollars are applied till the moment the person actually starts making money. But we're working on it. We also, like I said earlier, have 203 coaches in 209 schools, which currently represents every school in Mississippi that has requested one, to my knowledge. I'm going to transition quickly as I move towards the end of this. In the interest of time, but senators, you have this in your folder and I can provide it to anybody else who wants it. But these are the investments by ecosystem. So we've broken out our state into 8 ecosystems as a means to drive further into our local workforce development areas. So we have 4 local workforce development areas that promote WIOA funding and many, many other things as they do to coordinate for their communities. But each one of these areas is very different. So Gulfport, Mississippi doesn't look anything like Scuba, Mississippi, and Colin, Mississippi doesn't look anything like Jackson, Mississippi, or Copiah, I should say, sorry. And so we broke it out to try to get a better handle on both data and have a set of coordinators running around in these communities to try to help us both work with our economic development projects and understand what's actually going on and serve as a go-between at times to talk directly to industry and directly to our training partners to see where we can make things better or different. Each ecosystem has different opportunities, needs, and priorities. So there is a different number and different focus for every ecosystem in these dollars that we have on the screen. We do not move anything in an equal format out of our office. We fund things that are applied for based on recommendations from both our office and from industry partners, things like that. So it is absolutely up to the locals what their communities ultimately receive when the funds are available. As you look at the numbers for increased capacity, those are annual numbers, meaning those programs produce an increased capacity of X number of students for training per year, and that'll continue as long as there is a demand. This will be available, as we move forward, we will have a list of occupations and sectors that are a general priority, high demand, high paying, and then those will be the focus, and then we'll have a list of those we focus on for a few years at a time that we call our priority occupations. Those will be available once we finish our statewide workforce plan that Atlas and the WIOA plan informed. That'll be at the end of this year. So what you see on the screen right now is Ecosystem 1 in the North Delta, smaller job needs by volume, but local partners are working hard to shore up existing programs and provide new ones where companies are willing to partner directly together on. And this ecosystem we've prioritized funding for occupations like emergency medical technicians, commercial electricians and machine operators, industrial maintenance technicians and equipment operators. The new trainees per year is the minimum number. I've already told y'all that, I can go on. Ecosystem 2 in North Mississippi, this ecosystem will bear the brunt of amplify cell technologies and more advanced manufacturing in future years. So we've prioritized advanced manufacturing this region, but we've also prioritized things like EMT, waterworks operators, electricians, machine operators, and aerospace technicians to meet the mounting needs coming for the entire region. Ecosystem 3 in the South Delta is seeing growing and training across all sectors, including things like ag pilot. It's a diverse region with small numbers of jobs, but good jobs that need additional on-ramps. In this region, we've prioritized occupations like aerial applicator pilots, fiber fusion splicing, network technicians, bookkeepers, and line workers. Some of this is in part to the project in Amazon, or project in Canton, the Amazon Web Services, the southern part of this region will have access to those jobs. As well as jobs in places like Grenada with Milwaukee Tool. Ecosystem 4 in East Mississippi is home of the new aluminum dynamics plant and many other advanced manufacturing companies. This region is pioneering some great silo busting training activities in composites and automation. The needs here extend from construction equipment operators to industrial maintenance technicians and machinists to HVAC technicians and engineers. Ecosystem 5 in the Jackson metro area and home to Amazon Web Services and many other companies is with an incredible labor market in need of more workers in every priority sector. Efforts here are underway, and I anticipate funding announcements soon, specifically to support construction workforce heavily as the AWS project is skyrocketing needs in the area. This region is diverse, and we need everything from engineers to fiber fusion splicers to plumbers and HVAC technicians to data center technicians. This region has seen 2 community colleges, Hines and Holmes, partnering closely with their local workforce development to produce some pretty cool synergies that we'll start talking about soon. Next side, Ecosystem 6 over in what the southeast portion of the Mississippi has seen an increased need for equipment to support expanding and existing industry across the board. Here, we're focused on adding workers like machinists, welding, industrial maintenance, heavy equipment operators, and electricians. Ecosystem 7 in the southeast corner of the state is very rural and lacks a high population center, so opportunities are limited here. This region boasts many workers supporting not only the region, but the Jackson metro. For this region, we focused on everything from plumbers and pipe fitters to logging equipment operators to engineering technicians and electricians and HVAC technicians. Last but not least, Ecosystem 8, the southernmost portion of the state, which is home to shipbuilding and advanced manufacturing, as well as a healthy healthcare and energy sector. This region has a diverse set of needs and again includes engineers and technicians, plumbers, pipe fitters and ship fitters, surveyors, machinists, shipbuilding carpenters, welders, and electricians, to name a few. It's a pretty long list. So ultimately, that's a lot, but I think you'll see why we broke down this diverse state into these ecosystems, into these 8 ecosystems. But now where does that leave us? And for the purposes of today, that leaves me back at the beginning. Very simply, I believe we must continue to address the following 3 items and treat them with urgency. Funding and accountability standards, we must continue to identify policy that enhances workforce policy or quality. Funding and accountability standards must reward quality and drive towards the required quantity where necessary. Federal funding metrics should serve as a baseline for most programs with state expectations and support added. Performance incentives should be considered for training providers producing the talent needed. We are doing some of this already. Scholarships should be made available to those who want to pursue education or training in priority sectors and occupations. I know Lieutenant Governor Hosemann is working on a version of this. Consider policy interventions that encourage more people to travel into Mississippi for education and training, especially those at the community college level. Methods for capturing these individuals into the workforce should be made as well. We must cement the career coaching initiative across silos. We're not there yet with this program, but we've got to get there fast. We will be expanding it to include training, benchmarking, and collaboration across all career coaches, not just the state-funded K-12 coaches that we traditionally talk about. This means veteran employment coordinators, community college navigators, WIOA career coaches, my best coordinators. All of these people are doing similar types of work, but not receiving similar types of training. So we're working to standardize that right now to build synergy across the system. Not as a requirement, but as an attempt to partner and grow this out. We've got to prioritize special populations, and we will say that we've done this for 100 years with our workforce policy. But I think Mississippi should dictate what special populations we believe we can actually motivate into the workforce. I'll start by recommending a base group, which is those without a high school diploma, 16 to 19-year-olds, disabled but desiring work, the working poor, including single parents, justice-involved individuals, which we are grateful to have Jeremiah on board tackling this, and those currently seeking training. The world has kind of changed, and if someone has stepped out and said, I want to do something different, I want to do something better, my hope is that our system will be able to support them to whatever that is, because it just looks so different than it did even 5 years ago. I believe we should consider policy interventions to bolster programs providing elder care, child care, and disabled care to allow caretakers to enter the labor force or remain in the labor force if they want. I don't think the elder care situation is going to go away for the next 40 years. It's going to be there. So something we're looking into. I don't have a lot of information on that right now. And then I think we should increase funding and accountability for our adult education programs to increase the percentage of high school graduates in Mississippi with post-secondary credentials. An example of why I think this is important is just a rough number, and y'all can check my numbers, they may be wrong, but I think by increasing the current number, if you take the current number of Mississippians without a high school diploma, which is about 288,000 or so based on the numbers I have. If we increase this number by 28,000, meaning we remove 28,000, 10%, not give them, but they earn a high school diploma, we could potentially see an increase in the labor force participation rate by 2 to 3% if they were skilled to work. It's a pretty significant change, but do not let me understate how hard that is to do. That is a massive task. We're talking about, we're getting $1,500 a year right now. I mean, that's monumental. So I'm just saying those are some thoughts and some things that I think, based on what the work that my office has done, that we have done, that I think we can move forward on. I'm going to shut up now. But for those of you with the presentations, there's a few additional slides in your packet that you can review at your convenience, and I am happy to discuss with you. There's a lot of information.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We're excited about the work that is going on at Accelerate, and also just wanting to make certain that we understand why Accelerate was created and who's involved with it. Of course, you guys fall underneath the State Workforce Investment Board. You have people with input that are in education. Many of the people that testified yesterday are on the State Workforce Investment Board. So the silo situation should get better. I'm hopeful that Accelerate helps that, and being able to have synergies that we look for in business that we can have here. One thing I would maybe like for you to talk about just a little bit, because we clearly moved Accelerate to being, I don't know if you want to say the gatekeeper or the game plan writer. And if coach draws up a game plan, calls a play, sends play in, and we're running audibles, that's probably not good. And for those of you that are not football fans in football season, that just means we have the team leader saying we're going to do something and the players say we're going to do something else. And that's why we have everybody here today, is to talk about where we've been, where we're going, and what we can do. But, the wet funds moved over to you guys, which used to be with the community college board more so. You have set priority sectors, high wage, high demand jobs. You've used the $16 that's now moved to $19.89 as a focus of priority, and that's MEC's involvement, MMA, other people around the state, that we're not going to spend our money on low wage entry jobs for training. And I know that you've had some pushback on that. Anytime there's change, that we have to adjust to that. But I'm more familiar with those pieces. Talk a little bit about the talent solutions piece, because the legislature did put significant funding to Accelerate with the two major economic development projects and maybe more. What is the expectation on that piece going forward?
So going forward with talent solutions, the expectation is that on the front end, we can stand in the room with a private company that's looking to come to Mississippi or looking to expand in Mississippi and say, we will handle your training for you, which removes a piece of risk. That's the thing that they worry about. They're trying to build a multi-billion-dollar organization. They don't have time to think about all these things. So that's the end state of that project. Where we're at right now is we are, I guess I should say, presenting pieces of that. So the biggest gap that we found when we started is in recruiting. And so we started that. We're hitting that really hard to help our companies as they move. We have training providers all over the state who can currently provide training, and in the areas that we need, we're pretty set there. But what they aren't funded for is recruiting. And so we are working on website additions and marketing concepts to also drive people to the system that we are working on through Mississippi Works. We're working to create basically a state version of Mississippi Works that doesn't have all the federal requirements, that we can put people into, access jobs, track them so we know what's happening to them. The goal at the end of the day, though, is to make it easier for companies to come to Mississippi, to take the workforce question out of their mind, where we say, we're going to give that. We're going to get that for you, as long as you pay good wages. And that's going to take, it's not fully built out yet, but we're getting there. So we're starting to propose that in projects where it's appropriate. It's not appropriate for every project. But yeah, we're working on that.
Okay, because some of the legislation we've done the last couple of years with MFlex, particularly, and others, which made it a more streamlined process for people to know what benefits it would be to expand, to relocate in Mississippi. But this piece, as I understand it, is even dealing with the training and even recruitment of employees, and this is being done in other states. In other words, this is a competitive piece we were missing, yes, whether it was Georgia Fast Start or whatever's in South Carolina. So this is kind of the newest thing that we're seeing with your organization.
Yes, sir. Okay. We stood that up this year after it takes a little time to benchmark this. This information is not available. So that's why I say it's still a work in progress. But yeah, it makes us an equal competitor to all of our contiguous states as we move forward. It takes a question mark out of businesses' minds.
The special populations, and I'll go ahead and Jeremiah probably already knows this, but everybody will be a special population. In other words, if there's a program, I'm like, oh no, we qualify for that. But I do think from a special population standpoint, it is unique to the state and to each ecosystem. And that's one of the things that I appreciate that you guys have put the time in to identify regions that have overlaps with our community colleges, with our planning and development districts, et cetera, to try to get those resources out. When you talked about priority sectors and occupations in the list that you had given, those were all entry level, I believe you said, correct? Okay. And you excluded government jobs. Is that all government jobs, state, federal?
Yeah, if it was listed under a government NAICS code, we just didn't include it in this list.
So the strict focus there would be on the corporate world, drawing business here. Okay. What about the shortages we have in government jobs potentially? K-12 education, unfortunately is becoming one of those things. How is our focus on that, whether it's through career coaches or, I don't want to ignore where we have needs that just happen not to be a private sector job.
Yes, sir. That one's really complicated. Currently, most government jobs, education included, require bachelor's degrees. All of our data shows we're producing enough of them. We're not keeping them. So we're not keeping them in the state. We're not keeping them in the occupations. They're transitioning out. It's a challenging feature. We have looked at apprenticeship models for teachers specifically. But now also one thing I will say is occupations, if we say nurses, for instance, we don't care where they end up. If they end up in the private sector, great. Because those are community serving. Electricians can end up in public sector. We're just not training for executive directors of Accelerate Mississippi and things like that. But yeah, it's the government jobs. One of the challenges that we're seeing in Mississippi is pay. And that's going to be a continuing thing. It's hard for government to compete with private industry. So I don't have a great answer for that, honestly, other than it's a mounting challenge, and hopefully we can address some of it through the occupations themselves.
What does it look like with our career coaches? And I know everyone talks about this program a lot, but ultimately I know you're a data person. The outcomes you mentioned, in other words, your organization is trying to focus our limited resources to certain programs and then measure it. What do we expect to see in the next 2 or 3 years, now that we have about 2.5, 3 years behind us of career coaches? What metrics are we looking at measuring?
So initially, at least a 25% increase in priority sector training. That was one thing. We set that goal and then realized we didn't have enough priority sector training. So we said, oh no. We started getting calls from colleges who were concerned because they were having to turn students away that they were attributing to the career coach program. It was the only thing that changed. So we definitely want a 25% increase in the total number of people we're putting out a year. And very frankly, that's a low percentage to hit. It's just trying to get the system motivated to do these things is where we're at. But we should see an increase in priority sector training at some point. The goal ultimately would be that we have more people graduating these community college and university programs if they're getting into the right programs early. That's going to take 4 to 6 years in some cases to be able to prove. So we're trying to start with the short term, let's get them enrolled, and then let's figure out what they need and leave the system. We have good supports available in our training partners, community colleges, universities. We just got to get them there with the right attitude, the right expectations. Sometimes our kids aren't really expecting the right things when they show up there. But then overall that we have more priority sector companies engaging with the high schools. This is challenging in some of our regions because we don't have those opportunities, but it is critical. If you're a manufacturing company, you can't sit on the outside of the community and not talk to your high school. So those are just 3, just high level. That's kind of the main thing. If we don't start seeing more increases in the priority sector programs, we're going to have to reevaluate.
And then final question for me right now, and I'll turn it over to the committee for questions, but the career coach program, if we are coaching and directing and guiding and more people are going toward the priority sector jobs, high wage, high demand, whether it's K-12 through the CTE programs, and of course they're here and are going to present it, and then the community college, particularly those two, hiring instructors and equipment are 2 of the greatest costs because it just costs more to run a CTE class. I know you guys are involved and probably will continue to be in, it's not so much a grant program, although it may look like that at some point in the future, but when we're focusing our interest toward these CTE programs, are our dollars following that? Otherwise, we're going to end up with more people trying to sign up at a community college for a priority sector or high school, and we don't have instructors or equipment. And I know sometimes industry will participate on the equipment side, but can you speak to that? Or maybe as we even get towards session, looking at focusing resources to make sure if our career coaches are doing their job and the students are going in that direction, that they don't then bottleneck.
Yeah, I think there has to be a award. I don't believe the current funding model, specifically at the community college level, rewards them for doing more of this work. Traditionally, career technical education is funded kind of off the backs of the academics programs that have a bigger profit center, if you will. So I do think investments in the accountability or the funding model for community colleges could be helpful, or some version of incentives on the back end, depending on how that works. Those are all really complicated, and I'm not currently the expert on that. But I think if we want them doing more of that, we're going to have to incentivize that. But that also means at the same time that we're going to have to stop doing things that don't lead us where we need to go. And that's really hard in communities coming from the local level. If you try to close a program, it can really wreak havoc on an institution. And so I think we all have to figure out what programs need to stay, what programs might need to go. And it might be somebody's special baby, but it might need to go. And then I think as we're walking through this, whatever we do, in some regions, there's a $10,000 or $15,000 difference in what we can currently pay, or what we are willing maybe to currently pay in some of these places, and what the expectation of people who want to come to teach is. And so I think that's a solvable problem. It's just going to take more than sitting around saying it's a problem. But I definitely think that's a place that we can address pretty quickly as a state, and I think we should. But space is also going to be the next thing that comes. These are the things, if you say, oh, what do you need to grow a program? Well, I need more space, I need more people, and I need to be able to pay more. That's kind of how it goes. But the other thing on that, Senator, that I would say is I think we have to be mindful that in certain regions of the state, we don't have the human capital for these jobs. So they're going to cost more initially than they will maybe down the road. For instance, Northwest Community College is the primary supporter for Amplify. There's not a heavy manufacturing base there like there is maybe in Columbus. It's mostly distribution. So not that there's not manufacturing there, but there's not a plethora of experienced people. So they are going to cost more. So looking at ways to help the college weather that storm. One of the challenges in CTE is if you pay a career technical instructor more than you pay an academic instructor, you start ending up with challenges there. And it's difficult. So anyway, a lot of words to say. I think there are options moving forward, but I think it's going to take everybody, and then it's going to take some strong will to make people understand why it has to happen.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'm sorry I didn't see the beginning of your presentation.
No worries.
But I drove down from Ecosystem 3. So
nice.
if you can pull that Ecosystem 3 slide up, I just have a few questions about that one. And I like how on all of the ecosystems, you broke them down based on the sector and how much actually was totally funded and what the increased capacity is. A general question before I ask my follow-up question: are those amounts, are they specific, or that's the total for that particular ecosystem?
It's the total for that particular ecosystem in that sector. In that sector.
And so what I would like to see, if it's okay, I'm data-driven as well, if for all the 8 ecosystems, and if you could break it down, like for instance, healthcare for ecosystem 3, where it's totally funded at 1.7 million and the increased capacity is 65, could you break it down by county?
Well, so we could work with the college to do that for you, but we fund the college, and so they could break it down, but it's going to look like whatever county the college exists in. So if it's Mississippi Delta, it'll be Mississippi Delta and the county that they're in. They could break down the participants though by county. The college has that.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to see where the jobs were in that ecosystem.
Okay, we can pull that.
Because I mean, there is this myth out there that for instance, ecosystem 3, that people in that particular region of the state, they don't want to work, right?
Right.
But I have constituents who drive 2 hours every day to Nissan and drive back to ecosystem 3 every day. I have constituents who take a bus to FedEx every morning at 7 o'clock and return back to ecosystem 3 about 6 o'clock in the daytime, every single day. And so because it's all about workforce participation, I still would like to see where the jobs are as it relates to funding anytime that we provide funding, for instance, so you all accelerate to see where the state investment is.
Yeah.
I know on yesterday I raised a question about is there a correlation between state investment and the workforce participation rate in our state? Based off a history, and I don't know how long that history would go back. I just know we haven't had an economic development project in Ecosystem 3, a major one, in 30 years. And I supported this year what we did in Marshall County, what we did in Madison County. But if we had more projects like that in Ecosystem 3, my argument as a senator for as one of the senators for Ecosystem 3 is that the participation rate and jobs will be higher in that area. So I believe depressed parts of the state of Mississippi, they are in fact depressed because of decisions we've made here at this Capitol. Okay. So that's why I like to track what the actual impact per county in each one of the ecosystems all over the state.
Yes, sir. Can I get with you afterwards, and I'll write all that down to make sure I transcribe it, and we'll start working on that to see what we can do. It's a complicated question across the board, but happy to work with you on that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Taylor, let me ask you a question now. You said that the 19, I don't know where, my notes are here somewhere,
1989?
1989, the salary, wages an hour. So in other words, until we address that, we're preparing individuals to, we're moving them from level 1 poverty to our level 2, but until we get to that point. So are you suggesting that we need to look at increasing our wages here?
So wage stagnation across the country was a challenge for 2 or 3 decades, frankly. Wages are going up, and that's positive. The challenge right now is so is inflation and all of those things. I will say that to truly be development, we have to continue to bring in jobs that pay more and to encourage jobs that pay more. But I don't think that's going to happen until that employees are more productive. There has to be a profit somewhere. This is an extremely challenging thing, as you well know, because companies control what they pay, not the government. But it is quickly becoming a factor in whether or not people, it's always been somewhat of a factor, but it's really hard to go to work if you can't put fuel in your vehicle and things like that. So I do think that we should always be focusing on jobs that continue to pay more. There are always going to be jobs at every level of the economy, and they're all important if someone wants to do them. But if they want more for themselves, we should have the training in place to get them there.
And, thank you. And the high school, the CTE programs, how much focus, how much of the focus is that for that we're seeing? Because I know we give the community colleges great monies, but we're losing the workforce is basically being impacted by the loss of and I just refer to them as youngsters and in high school and middle school and high school, and we need to make more of an investment in the high school, and a lot of it can't be done through K-12 budget. We can invest some of the other resources that are out there for training, not necessarily at the community college level, but at the high school and the middle school level to start developing it, and it can be supported once they get to the community college, because children are making this career decisions at that point. So, and we're losing a lot of them. So how much of an investment do you think we are making or should make? How much are we making and how much do you think we should make at that level?
We'll have to work on a number for you on how much you should make, but I do know we have as a state invested the last couple of years. I know last year legislature and y'all gave us $1 million a year to buy equipment for K-12 career technical education programs, which is not what you see. This is what you see on the screen here. That is in your notebook. And I can give y'all, like, there's an Excel sheet that has every one of these listed, but $1 million doesn't go a long way, but it goes some way. So you can see the investments that we made around the state. Some of this was to just enhance existing equipment. Some of it was to do new programs and help communities move out. I think one of the challenges in K-12 is you're not going to be able to put $250,000 machines in every high school CTE center across the state and have it do any good, because you also have to have people to operate it. So I think spending more time exposing kids to opportunities, letting them get excited about something, letting them engage with it at some level early on. And then I think an alignment between K-12 and community colleges is critical. We don't need to be teaching the same thing necessarily in K-12 that we're teaching in the community colleges. So figuring out kind of who's going to do what for that model would be critical. And some regions, there's a good example right now with, and I'm sure there's plenty, but this is just the one that's top of mind with Huber in Noxubee County, Mississippi. They're working with East Mississippi Community College and Mississippi State University. And so they have a version of the robots that they need at the high school level, a higher version or a different version, but on the same pathway at the community college. And the university is engaged across both of them right now to help get them trained. So not exactly what you asked, but I think that's a critical point to make, that we have to have better alignment for these kids, especially the 37%. We've made funding available through WET funds to take the workforce programs from community colleges to teach high school students if they're interested. It doesn't address the 8th grade situation, but if they're in their senior year, their last year of high school, they're able to take workforce classes. One of the challenges that we have with CTE is it is seat limited, meaning most career technical education programs, you're going to put 20 to 24 students in it, period. And when you see gaps of, I think we're producing something like 600 electricians a year. And when you know we need thousands, that's not going to be impacted. And that is not a criticism of the system. The system has got to keep doing what it's doing. But I think we've got to mobilize the funding and just look at it a little bit differently. I have talked to Superintendent Evans about that. And he's game for trying some new things out. And so we just got to think of something that we think might make a difference, try it, and then stop doing it if it doesn't. And that's the hard part. But anyway, I think, to do what's needed to be done would be billions of dollars, truly. If we were to say, oh, we're going to put this in every high school because you've got facility issues, you've got complicated. So I think where we can, locals getting together, building the facilities that they need, and then supporting those programs with equipment is just kind of how it has to be done. But I think greater efficiencies. I don't think K-12 CTE centers should sleep at night if there's a demand in the region. We've got several. Derek Reed down in Pascagoula produces an adult program at night where people from the community can come in and take programs. And I think that's what it's going to take across the board, is just to have more of that going. But that is challenging because companies have to be hiring and people have to be willing. And in some cases, they're unable. If you've been at work from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And you're a single parent, you're not going to go take a workforce class afterwards. That's part of why we created the Reconnect program, which does allow, it is allowed to be used in high schools, 16 plus, to pay them a stipend. It's $10 an hour. It's not going to change anybody's life. But if they're already in a low wage job, it can help support them through that training program, that accelerated training program, because we're asking people to focus on 8 to 10 weeks and get them moved out. So high school is included in that as well as adults.
Well, I would just like to say, and I really, I believe in this, and I think our action over here need to support it. You said you want to move from output to outcome. And I think that there are some mindsets that we have to change if we're going to move to outcome. For a person just to get a job to enhance our workforce is not helping if that person cannot sustain a decent living there. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. And I think some of the questions you just asked will probably be addressed by our next presenters, because they are our MDE K-12 CTE people. So you've teed it up for them. Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Appreciate the work that you're doing and continue to do. And I know that we'll see you during session, but that's a key focus for me as the chair of economic workforce development is targeted funds. And it goes back to the questions of Senator Norwood and Senator Simmons. It's pockets of opportunity. And I do think identifying it by ecosystem and then breaking it down to county level, city level, to find partners that we can work with in industry, partners we can work with in education. And again, sometimes when we look and, oh, this affects 20 people, this affects 15 people, we don't get excited. But you know who's excited? Those 15 people, those 20 people. So hopefully we can hit those pockets.
Yes.
Thank you for the work that you do. Appreciate it. We do have with the Department of Education, I believe Brett Robinson and John Farrell are here. They will be presenting and I'll let them tell their particular titles, but Brett and I had an opportunity to work together earlier on a program with our CTE centers at the high school level. And there are challenges, equipment challenges, educator challenges, and educational challenges. And I'm going to let them present, and I'm sure we can gain some edification there. Of course, one of the other things that happens is our CTE centers are usually one per county because you can't replicate that because of cost of equipment and everything else. So in Tishomingo County, you bus both directions. You come from the north and the south to get to the CTE center. But gentlemen, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Appreciate y'all having us here this morning. We're excited to kind of share with y'all some of the things that we're doing with MDE and workforce development. My name is John Farrell, and I'm the new chief deputy of a new division at MDE, which is the Division of District School Transformation. Just want to point out a couple things. I don't do very well reading PowerPoints to people, so I'm not going to read to y'all, but I do want to point out a couple things on the left-hand side. You'll notice in the vision of the Department of Education, it does say in there that we want to create a world-class education system that gives students the knowledge to be successful in college and workforce. So workforce development is a key initiative of MDE. And in this new division, our new state superintendent, Dr. Evans, is dedicated and wants to improve workforce development across the state. On the strategic plan goals, specifically looking at number 2, that every student graduates from high school and is ready for college and career. So once again, there's that in our strategic plan, hitting on the workforce development piece. At MDE, we do have a new division. And like I said, this shows how dedicated Dr. Lance Evans is to workforce development and CTE. And I just want to give you a little background on the new office before we kind of go into some of the workforce development pieces and things that Mr. Robinson is going to talk to you about, specifically CTE. Our new division comprises of 4 areas, okay? And I'm the chief over these 4 areas. District transformation, which district transformation in our state is the definition of that, or the struggling schools that we have here that get support from MDE as they're struggling to try to get them to where they need to be. School improvement falls under our office. And then the last 2, which I know is a topic of discussion today, is career and technical education and workforce development. Just give you a little bit of background about the office, and then we'll go into specifics. What we wanted to do with the districts of transformation, and I know this isn't the topic, but it kind of does indirectly affect what we're talking about today. We want to create a proactive system, okay? There's 2 key words there, proactive and system, okay? We want to create a proactive system of support for students, for school districts in their needs, areas of need, that we can help those districts as they are trajectorying in a struggling way to where we can get them back before they go into a district of transformation. If you do not know, once you fall into a district of transformation, that is the step to where you are taken over by the state and all those good things. We don't want to ever take over a school district in the state. That's our goal now. And that is my approach here to our struggling schools. We want to get them on the right trajectory before. So that term there, proactive, is the key word there. We want to be proactive in a system of support for those school districts. We want to come in and support those districts in their areas of need. We want to create evaluation teams as soon as we see that they're struggling. Okay, notice I didn't say failing, I said struggling. Once we see that they're struggling, we want to have an evaluation team to come into those school districts, do a needs assessment of those school districts and see where the struggles are so we can give support in the specific areas that they need it. Okay. We want to align supports to meet the needs of each individual district because every school district and every community across the state is different. They have different needs and have different areas where they need that support. The last two bullets there kind of go along with what we're speaking today. We wanted an embedded workforce development plan system that's equitable across the state using post-secondary and industry partners. Our new state superintendent, Dr. Lance Evans, is a relationship person. He wants to build relationships with people across the state, business and industry partners, post-secondary partners. So we want to collaborate and build relationships with those entities to create the system that we need to create to help workforce move forward in our state. The last one is an initiative that I'm very passionate about is to develop a K-12 workforce development system plan, which can be adapted to local district needs. And I'm going to talk more about that toward the end of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brett Robinson. Mr. Brett Robinson is our associate superintendent, state superintendent over CTE. So he's going to give you some of the data and things about our CTE programming across the state.
Hey, so good morning. To kind of start off, just giving you a little bit of an idea of how secondary CTE is arranged across the state. And so through our office, we offer 48 individual skill programs that represent 15 of the 16 national career clusters. The national career cluster model was created by Advanced CTE about 20 years ago and is actually currently undergoing a redo that's supposed to be unveiled, I believe, next month, where we're going from nationally, we'll go from 16 career clusters down to 14, but it's also creating some sub-clusters and some cross clusters and things like that. But we'll kind of make our adjustments once that is unveiled. But so we offer programming in nearly every type of workforce pathway that there is. We also offer 8 enhancement courses. These are primarily 1-credit courses. Think about things like family consumer science. We've created a drone unmanned aerials program that can be applied to any other of our skill programs. So think about an application of how are drones being used in construction? How are drones being used in agriculture? And so a kid will go through and complete that program. And then if the district chooses, they would have this enhancement opportunity to just further learn about that program area, learn about how some different applications may fall. And then we also have 4 middle school programs. And these are a result of House Bill 633, which is the computer science bill that mandates computer science be offered in all grades by the end, I believe it's this school year. And so it's mandated in middle school and high school. And so we accomplish that task and meet that expectation through our middle school CTE programs. We have 2 that are primarily offered in 7th and 8th grade, and then 2 that can be offered between 8th and 10th grade. Just for some enrollment, some numbers here for you. Enrollment last year, we had 52,328 middle school students enrolled in one of those middle school programs. And then at the high school level, 74,225 students that were enrolled in one of those 48 career pathways. 2 handouts that I gave you. I want to kind of briefly go through those. It was a lot of information, so I just decided to give you a handout with that. But you got, we actually shared this with the SWIB board about a month ago, Dr. Evans and myself. But what you see here is the performance of our secondary students who are enrolled in programs that lead to a certification. And so in House Bill 1388, there is a requirement that Mississippi Department of Education mirrors our accountability, mirrors what we pay for in terms of the certifications that go with specific programs based off of that State Workforce Investment Board list. And so what you see here for 22-23 is what those actual certifications are that are on the list, the students that were reported, and how many students earned that certification. One thing to note on the 22-23 list is that all of the NCCER certifications are not included on this list. That is I don't know if anyone remembers, I still have nightmares about it, but that's the summer that NCCR changed their reporting platform in the middle of the summer. And they didn't make sure that the new system would talk to the old system. And so worldwide, actually, we had an inability to get our scores from them, and districts had to self-report those numbers. But what you can see there is the priority sectors are at the top. And then you've got 3 down there at the bottom: the early childhood, entrepreneurship, and the Serve Safe certification. Those are your non-priority sector certifications that are on the SWIB list. And so you can see that in 22-23, we had roughly 4,400 students that took exams, and 49% of them earned their certification. If you flip that sheet over, you can see our performance last year, the 23-24 school year. One thing to note is that you almost tripled the number of students that were taking exams, and our overall statewide passing percentage went up to 54%. So a majority of our students are taking and passing these certifications. Now, does that mean we can do more? Absolutely, we can do more. And so working with Accelerate, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, we've set some goals and some targets that we feel like are very attainable in terms of increasing and improving our performance in these areas. You know, one thing to think about with these is a lot of these are adult level certifications. You have adults who have probably had way more advanced skill training, maybe even been employed in some of these areas, who are also taking these exams. And I think it's important to think about a 16-year-old kid earning an ASC certification. That's a really big deal. Actually, what happens if a student, if they earn all ASC certifications that are listed on the SWIB list, they are certified to be an ASC instructor. So we do have students who are passing every one of these ASC modules, and in return from that, they meet the qualifications 17, 18 years old to be an ASC instructor. And so it's important to kind of keep some of those things in mind, that we are talking about 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old kids who are sitting for these exams and overall doing a good job. But some of the things that we're going to do through my office and through the department to really kind of break down and target some of these certifications is we're going through and making sure that our curriculum is aligned to the credential standards. We don't write curriculum to tests, but we do assure that there's alignment. Because for you to be successful on an exam, well, you have to have been instructed on that exam. You got to know what you're getting into. And so we're going through, and anytime that we're revising our curriculum, anytime that we are adding new curriculum, we ensure that there is alignment between what is being taught in the classroom and what is being administered on an exam. We're also looking at performance data. So taking what I have given you here and getting down into the nuts and bolts of how are individual districts doing? How are we doing regionally? Are there areas that we need to target for technical assistance visits, to go in and provide additional supports and resources? And then again with that, just targeted professional development, ensuring that we're through our office and through our agency, we're providing teachers and instructors and districts with what they need to be successful. So from where we have come, I think this is about this year may be the 5th year that we've had this process and we've had this list and gone through that. And when we started with this, it was about a 20% performance rate. And so we have seen steady improvement over time, but looking here over the next 4 years to get the performance up to around 70-75% is the goal, and we're working towards that. Next, the other sheet that I gave you is just a breakdown of expenditures, and I think this may go directly to some of your questions earlier, Senator, about kind of what funding and what that looks like. And so what you have here is a combination of the state and of the Perkins, our federal funding. About 15% of our budget overall statewide comes from federal funding. And so vast majority of the money that we get and that we target through our systems is done through state funds. What we've done here is we have broke down that funding by each of the clusters. What you see there includes what is spent on personnel, what is spent on equipment, and any other supports that we provided to districts. So we spent roughly $55,500,000 last year through secondary education and career and technical education. 95% of that $55 million is spent on personnel, because our office reimburses districts 49% of the salary of their CTE teachers. It's 49% for those 48 program areas. We call those skill level. We reimburse districts 49% of the instructor salary. If it's the middle school level, we reimburse the districts 40% of those instructor salaries. And so a vast majority of the money that we spend is invested in people. Add to that now, that other 5% is what comes in terms of having money to buy equipment, use of Perkins funds, where they're using their Perkins funds to supplement and grow their equipment needs or improve what they have. We have a very similar to what Accelerate does. We do a enhancement equipment grant every year. It was about $1.5 million last year. And every year we target that to specific programs. And so last year we targeted construction programs and we targeted manufacturing programs. And so every single manufacturing, industrial maintenance, machining, any program like that, they got a $25,000 grant essentially from us to upgrade or to purchase new equipment. And then we had roughly $10,000 that we did for every single construction program to enhance and update equipment. This year, we're looking at our information technology clusters and how we can help kind of grow and expand some of the resources for those. But taking that list, the top 5 clusters where we spend our money, number 1 is healthcare. We invest more money in healthcare than any other cluster at the secondary level. Number 2 is manufacturing. Number 3 was agriculture. Number 4, architecture, construction. And number 5 was STEM. And STEM, just think about that kind of involving engineering and other technology-based programs. And so the spending that we're doing through our office, you look at those top 5 areas, it very closely matches what we see in terms of the priority sectors for our state. And so we feel very good about that we're doing our best to invest those funds into those priority areas. Another thing that we do in terms of workforce development, and this is part of our state plan that goes to the feds, our state Perkins plan, but every 2 years we're required to do comprehensive local needs assessments. And we just completed these last week or 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact. And I thought it'd be important for you to understand kind of who it is that we work with and how we do this process. And so what we did, we worked very closely with the Mississippi Community College Board. Dr. Valerie Williams is my counterpart on their side, and her and I talk just about daily. But we took all of our community colleges, separated them into 3 regions. We had our 5 in the north, 5 in the central, 5 in the south. In doing that, we then tell all of our secondary schools, whichever community college is your main partner, you're going to attend the meeting that they are in. And so we had, I think it was September 5th, we had a meeting at Itawamba Community College in the north, had about 80 participants there. Those included the community college CTE deans and workforce deans. That included all of our secondary CTE directors or designee from the districts. That included Accelerate Mississippi. That included some industry partners that we invited. That included our workforce development, the regional workforce development directors. And so we try to bring everybody to the table. And essentially the conversation is along what are the needs and how are we aligned? And I'll show you what those 5 driving questions were here in just a minute. But through this process, we kind of start each of those meetings with, hey, here's where we are Perkins wise. Here's where we are at the post-secondary and secondary side. And then Accelerate came in and they did a very high level state needs assessment as what we're seeing across the state. And a lot of the same information Dr. Taylor discussed with you is what they discussed and shared with those directors and those CT deans. We then kind of, as I tell them, we're going to take each speaker and we drill a little further down into getting into the detailed needs of specific regions and communities, where the regional workforce development directors then drill down into what are the needs in this region of the state, what are the needs in the separate ecosystems. How does that align? What are we seeing growth? Where are we seeing reduction? And just having that conversation with those directors in terms of what the needs are. And so at the very end, they then break out into their community college groups and they have conversation around these 5 specific questions. What clusters are offered in the region that align to the current labor market data? So taking all that information that they were given earlier in the day and the data and the PowerPoints and taking that and saying, okay, what are the needs? How do we align? What barriers exist? Is there a program area that we need to be offering, but we can't for some reason? Is it a budgeting issue? Is it an access issue? Is it an equity issue? What specific, and then we even get into what's being offered that maybe shouldn't be offered. Again, looking at some of those program areas that this is a legacy program, man, it's been around forever. We coach so-and-so or Miss so-and-so, they do an awesome job. But if we really get down into it, is that program something that's leading to a positive outcome for students? And so being very honest and open about having those conversations there. And then, what specific programs are supported, but maybe aren't being offered in the region. And so we did this across the state. We then take all of that feedback and our office will provide back to the community colleges and to the secondary schools what the needs are of our state as aligned and as driven by their conversations. Once that's done, that is what drives programmatic decisions for our secondary schools and our post-secondary schools. And I won't get very much into the community college board side because I know they're next, but when a CT director reaches out to us or a superintendent reaches out to us and says, hey, Brett, we're thinking about doing this program, or we're thinking about converting this program to this program. My first question is, how does it align to the needs of your region? How does it align to the needs of your community? Because we want to ensure that we're not just offering programs that aren't going to lead to some type of a positive outcome for our students. And so this process is a big part of what our agency does and what my office does in terms of trying to work with districts to ensure that we have CTE programs that are of purpose, that are of meaning, and that are aligned to what our needs are. One thing about CTE is the positive outcomes that it has for students. And one of the just easiest to look at with that is graduation rates. The 2023 cohort, the graduation rate of all students in Mississippi was 89.4%. Looking at our CTE concentrators, and that is a student who is enrolled in the terminal course. Typically, there's 4 credits with a CTE class at the high school level. Students who are enrolled in that 4th credit are considered concentrators. They have a 99.5% graduation rate. This is actually an indicator that we have to report back to the feds and have to show growth on. And it's getting really, really difficult to tell them, guys, we're almost at 100% graduation rate for our CTE concentrators. We can't get any higher than that. But just a huge accomplishment for those students, and just seeing when we can connect them to their interests, we can connect them to some decisions and some opportunities after high school, their engagement and their performance in high school is much higher. So we've got 4 different graduation endorsements that we offer across the state. I have given you the very, very, very high level requirements of those. We actually have, when you go into our accountability standards, there's 2 or 3 pages that discuss what the different requirements and things are for meeting each one of these endorsements. So I've tried to just give you just the most high level, but the CTE endorsement is one that is becoming more and more popular, where students have to earn at least 26 credits. 4 of those credits have to be CTE credits. They earn a silver level, and the ST work keys. They earn a national certification and take at least 1 dual credit or AP, IB, or Cambridge course where they have to score a C or higher in that course. And now, again, there's other details in that, but we are seeing a huge, or not huge, but a substantial increase in the number of students who are meeting the requirements for the CTE endorsement as we continue to see CTE enrollment across the state improve. And then also we brand new, hot off the presses is a JROTC endorsement that will be offered. I believe it's this school year, be available this school year for students to take advantage of. So one thing that's important to think about is, you know, we have access to CTE programming at the secondary level, top to bottom in the state. I cannot think of a public school district that doesn't offer or doesn't have access to CTE programming. One of the ways this is done, though, is not every single school has their own CTE programming. And so what we do, we have consortiums across the state where we have districts who have entered into an MOU where they work together to provide those students with access to these programs. So we have 13 state and federally recognized CTE consortiums that represent about 30 school districts from across Mississippi. Each of these consortiums contains a lead fiscal agent, just the lead district, and that is usually the district that provides the access to the programming. The other school districts basically donate their Perkins funding, their federal funding, to that district to help offset the cost of educating, you know, additional students. Partnering districts will send their students to that lead district. There may even be some other requirements or pieces of that MOU between the districts where maybe there's an additional payment that's made, or who provides the transportation, and you know, those types of things. But I think it's important for this group to know that we are in the state top to bottom. What we are going to look at, and I know that's one of the things that John will talk about, is looking at some of those parts of the state where maybe the access to the meaningful, the priority related sectors is lacking, and how we can work with those districts to ensure that across the state, students have access to those meaningful programs. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Farrell.
Okay, so looking at workforce development and what our office is looking at doing, of course, this is my 3rd month on the job, so we're having initial conversations and things, what we can do, you know, looking at what we can't do. But one piece that I know that is very important is the development of a K-12 workforce plan. Okay, we want to have a comprehensive K-12 plan. A lot of people not in the business of education, some people might think that, you know, workforce development, when students start picking careers, that's high school, you know, that's CTE, that's later. That is totally incorrect. What we want to do is embed a K-12 system. Okay. We want to have a system for school districts to take that they can adapt to their school, to their schools and their districts, that'll fit their mold, to where we have career development, exposure to careers in their areas in Mississippi, to elementary students. In the district that I was formerly in, we developed one of these about 3 or 4 years ago. And people might ask, well, how do you do career development of the first grader? In our plan, we had a simple deal to where throughout the year, for example, first graders, throughout the year, the theme was, what are careers in my family, right? So if you've got 25 students in a classroom, and throughout the year, they're doing activities, and they're doing bringing things from home about what their parents do, what their grandparents do, what their uncles do, people in their family, and they're doing presentations and speaking out to the other students. Well, now those students have been exposed to different careers throughout the entire year. Okay, we developed a system there to where that carries through different levels each grade, at every grade that the students are in. In the middle school areas, we would have to try to find opportunities and with labs and things like that, to where students went a little bit further. They had specific activities going in, working with things in the sector strategies, going into high school with their STEM, with their CTE, internships, and those types of things. It's my belief that by the time a student's in the 8th grade, they ought to know whether they're going north, south, east, or west in their path, in their career path. That way they can get more specific and strategic in their high school career to make that decision what they're wanting to do. So we want to ensure that every student has access to meaningful hands-on learning experience and practical training. We also want to support the Career Coach Initiative. in schools, as they are very key. Career coaches are key to providing students with direct exposure to careers and the skills required for success. We want to be a support for those career coaches in our schools and provide them with what they need from the administrative side of the schools and the districts and the teachers that they're working with to help provide those opportunities to get students exposed to careers and all the things that they need to be successful. We want to increase access to priority sectors related to CTE programming statewide. And we also have continuous efforts to increase standards on the credential performance, as Mr. Robinson spoke to a minute ago. I'm going to turn it back to any questions, but I did want to let you know that that's my information there. There's Mr. Brett's information. And also, if y'all can get in contact with us direct, or of course, most of y'all know Miss Holly Spivey. Y'all have her information there. Anything else that you would like for us to get to, anything like that, you can go through her for those things. But I'm going to turn it over now at this time for any questions that y'all have. If it's on the specific CTE side, Mr. Robinson will address those. Anything with the workforce development plan and those types of things, I'll be more than happy to answer as well.
Thank you very much for the presentation. A couple things I guess I'll ask for, may not be questions for right now, but I would like to see the list of the consortium across the state, what districts they are, just at some point. Would be interested in pooling of resources and, you know, some of the things maybe that are going on there. Additionally, and I'm sure you guys will come back with that, the state workforce development plan. I'm proud, you know, we're talking about that and we're starting at an early age to try to help people get some direction where they don't matriculate to a job. They actually have thought it through, and hopefully it's something that's a high wage, you know, high demand sector. The funding aspect, and I know we changed the funding formula this past year, and there is additional funds that's targeted towards CTE to hopefully help encourage that. But we need to know from a funding standpoint what it's going to take if Accelerate's setting plans, and, you know, Dr. Evans, or, you know, is clearly a CTE person, you know, coming into K-12. We just want to make sure that we're getting funding in the right direction to try to have these programs, because it sounds like it's the quickest way to fill job needs and help people have a successful pathway. And I assume our career clusters, and you've pretty much touched on that, the priority sectors, is there any concern going forward, you know, as we try to juggle what we do with the Perkins situation and federal money versus what we're doing with Accelerate in the priority sectors? So I guess that might be the one question, is do those dovetail pretty well?
I will let Mr. Robinson touch on the financial piece, but to your first point there, we do want to think outside the box and figure out ways to provide meaningful CTE to students, no matter what their zip code is, to provide meaningful CTE training that meets the needs of the communities that the students are in. And we've got to think outside the box to do that, because there's no magic wand to put CTE centers all across the state that address every single program. The district that I came from, we had 12 programs in our CTE center, which is a lot of programs for a CTE center, but we still did not have some of the main ones I think that we would have needed. Like, we didn't have welding, and we always had students every year wanting to go into welding. So to think outside the box on that, we created a night class for our students with a local community college where happened to be in New Albany, Northeast. They had a mobile welding lab there in town at the satellite campus in New Albany. We worked with them, contracted with them to do a night class for 8 students every semester. And so, did we have a specific welding program in our center? No, we didn't. And when I first came into CTE about 14 years ago, that was one thing that first initially popped in my mind was, well, we have these 12 programs and that's great. But what if we have a kid that wants to go into a program we don't have? And that's just kind of the nature of the beast of CTE. So we know that we've got to think outside the box to be able to provide, if there's a student who wants to go into a particular area, especially if it's one of the sector strategies, but it is not in their CTE center or their region, we got to think strategically to give them those meaningful experiences to be able to motivate that student to want to go into that career and to continue on in that path. So how do we do that? We don't know right now, but we've got something that we know that we have to think outside the box to figure out to provide those opportunities. I feel like in education that it's our job to put all the opportunities there in front of students that they have and those possibilities they have, and then we have to provide them with meaningful experiences. CTE is a motivator to keep students in school as well. You saw the 99.5% graduation rate. So we want to make sure that we put systems in place to where they have meaningful experiences going through their high school career, such as internships. And we know that there are barriers there to provide that for every student. But we want to work with local entities, our community college, and those types of things to provide those deals. And Mr. Robinson showed the slide a few minutes ago of all the endorsements there a second ago. And this kind of goes to that point too. In order to graduate from public education, Mississippi, you have to have 24 credits. Those endorsements were extra endorsements that students can get in a particular area. Many school districts in the state of Mississippi now have so many credits at the middle school. A lot of students are coming to the 9th grade with 4, 5, 6, 7 credits. Now, the idea behind that is so that opens up opportunities for those students their junior and senior year of high school to make sure that they can fit CTE in their programming, to make sure that they can still play the sport and do CTE that they want to do. Also provides opportunities for school districts to kind of get creative with doing internships and those kind of things like that. So there's a lot of opportunity there that we can think outside the box to give students opportunities to get their hands on equipment, to get their hands on the program that they need at a different level their junior and senior year. So those are some things that we can work with and play with to try to figure out, but it's going to take a lot of work and communicating with a lot of different people to get those systems in place. And that's the way it needs to be a system. It's a K-12 system to get the students to where they want to be. But I'm going to let Mr. Robinson speak to the financial part.
So with Perkins and state funding, Perkins funding is really spent in 2 areas. It is required in the Perkins law that if a district employs a student services coordinator, which is essentially it's like an IEP teacher at the career and technical school. They help provide students who have learning disabilities. They're kind of that support system. Students that are non-traditional path, they're that support system. Also providing terms of remediation and things in math and ELA and how that relates to CTE programming. So what the federal law says is that out of the Perkins money, they have to reimburse 50% of that teacher's salary. For a lot of our districts, if that's not all of their Perkins funding, that's nearly all of their Perkins funding is reimbursing 50% or paying 50% of that one teacher's salary. And then the other side of the Perkins money is equipment. For our districts that have leftover money, majority of them put almost all of that money into new equipment. Now on the state side, and this is where we're very fortunate of what Accelerate is doing. You can't spend Perkins money on programs that have not shown sustainability. For a program to show sustainability, it has to be at least 1 year old. So the burden of starting new programs across the state falls on state dollars. It falls on the state side. Now, because we can't spend money on equipment, that really means if we start a new program, the initial investment from the state, from our agency is that 49% reimbursement for the teacher unit. But the startup costs associated with starting any new program is the responsibility of the district. So if you start talking about industrial maintenance, advanced manufacturing, you're talking about $120,000 investment in equipment and resources for the students. That's what Dr. Taylor was talking about with their grant this year. They're working with us to try to help that aspect with districts, to try to help provide some of those funds to assist with getting the program started. As far as our budget goes, we have no money for new programs. About 2 years ago, the legislature gave our office $1.4 million, which was one of the first increases in a long time, and we opened 42 new programs across the state. This past year, we were level funded. I mean, and that's understandable, but we had about 56 requests for new programs that we were not able to approve because we don't have the money to do that. And so, always looking for ways within our agency, within our office, that we can try to alleviate that. We did an enrollment study this year. Just concluded that and communicated that with districts, where any district that the definition of appropriate size of a program is 10 students. That's the federal definition. That's our state definition as well. So we did an enrollment study and looked at every single individual program in Mississippi, and any program that had less than 10 students, they received a letter from my office, from me, that said, you got this year to get your enrollment up, or we're going to take that spot back. We also are looking at programs with holds. And so there's a system where we've talked about trying to find teachers and instructors. There's a system in place where, maybe I need to hire a nurse. It's hard to hire a nurse for teacher pay, believe it or not. So what runs into in a lot of these situations is you may get into a district may start looking for a teacher in May, April. You may get into October and they can't find anybody. So they have an option where they can request that we hold that unit, but we do it for 1 year. Doing a little bit of looking into our records, we saw that there were some districts that had programs on hold for 2, 3, 4 years. We've acknowledged that. They've received letters from us and we've said, you got this year to get it done. And if you can't, we understand, but we're sorry, we're going to take that unit back. And so we're looking within our own system to see where's some money that we can free up that maybe we've kind of lost track of. Because we do have a priority of wanting to expand CTE programming across the state, primarily and specifically as it relates to the priority sectors. And so kind of budget-wise, that's what it looks like from our office and what we're doing internally to do the best we can with the money we have.
Thank you. We are running a little behind, but if anybody's got a question that they don't want to wait to ask offline, I'll be glad to yield to any committee questions. Thank you. The other thing I would like to is feedback going forward on the accountability model. I don't want to ask that question right now because that's a whole different issue, but I want to make sure that we're not only funding what we need and driving from the Accelerate guidance, but also that the school district's not being penalized for trying to do what's best for the student. Right. So thank you, gentlemen. Kel, if you'd like to come ahead, I apologize, we're a little behind, but Mississippi Community College Board Executive Director Kel Smith, and I'll just turn it over to you as quick as you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got with me today our Deputy Executive Director for Programs, Dr. Rachel Devon Partrick. She's with me right here. I appreciate y'all giving us an opportunity, and I'll try to get you back on time in respect of y'all's full agenda for today. So something you'd mentioned, Chairman Sparks, earlier when Dr. Taylor was finishing up her remarks was silos. And I think what you'll see today from Accelerate, from the K-12 system, from MCCB and IHL in a second, is we are hopefully eliminating those silos, at least from my perspective. At the Community College Board, we have strong relationships with Accelerate. Dr. Taylor's doing a fantastic job in leading workforce efforts for the state. Like Brett said, Dr. Valerie Williams, our career tech person at the Community College Board, they work closely together on all things career tech related. And then on the IHL side, we work closely with them on articulation agreements and other academic matters. So hopefully, like you mentioned, we will see these silos be eliminated because that will benefit all entities. And what you're hearing today, no matter what educational level, it's all workforce. Doesn't matter the grade or the post-secondary level. But anyway, I just want to make that comment. So today I'm going to talk about just an overview of our community college system, the types of programs that we offer, and then some current initiatives. Our agency mission statement, we're the coordinating board for the state's 15 community colleges. So each college has its own local board of trustees that hires personnel and sets day-to-day policy, including what programs are offered. But our mission at the Community College Board is to support the system, or to advance the system through coordination, support, leadership, and advocacy. We've got about 40 employees at the agency that work closely with their colleagues on each of the campuses to ensure that students have the resources and tools necessary to be successful. So sort of an overview of the community college system. For those of y'all that may or may not be aware, you probably are, we have 15 community colleges that are established in law. They have geographic districts. This is where they can recruit students from. They receive local support. The shaded counties share community college districts. You can see that we have about 5 or 6 counties that support multiple community college districts. So from an enrollment perspective, in academic year 2022, the community college has educated about 91,000 students. And you can see this is from the university parallel track. That's going to be our academic track, the students that are enrolling at a community college looking to transfer to university. About 52,000 of those, 18,000 career tech students, 18,000 dual enrollment, dual credit, and then another 2,100 just in non-degree seeking programs or classes. Y'all are probably aware the last 10 years or so, dual credit has skyrocketed at the community colleges. It now makes up about 19% of our total headcount enrollment. So there's a lot to unpack with that, but I'm sure y'all are all aware. And that 91,000 figure is a slight increase compared to the previous year. So the number of graduates that we're producing, this is academic year 23. We're working on finishing 24. But in 2023, we had 15,637 graduates who earned almost 19,000 awards. Our graduates can earn multiple awards, particularly on the CTE side. You can see we had 8,300 Associate of Arts degrees. That's the academic side. The Associate of Applied Science, that's our career tech, 4,200 of those. That's a 60-hour minimum for an AAS. Technical certificate, right at 3,000. That's a minimum of 45 hours. And then finally, the career certificate, 3,200 of those. Our career tech programs are modeled as such that they all have exit points at the 30, 45, and 60 hour point. That's so that we can allow stackable credentials, allows folks to earn additional certificates and degrees. And if they don't go all the way to the AAS, at least they have something prior to that. So who is a community college student? This information is taken from the fall of 2022 semester. We do serve, our average age is 22 years old. So we have a non-traditional student as our average student. 62% are female, 97% are a Mississippi resident. If I can talk a second about the enrollment cliff, I know that y'all are all aware of that. With so many of our students, almost all of our students coming from Mississippi, obviously any kind of, our enrollment will probably ebb and flow based on graduation, the number of graduates that K-12 produces. So right now, some of our community colleges are in the enrollment cliff, although I know that this is not expected statewide for a few years based on district lines and how population is in certain parts of the state. Some of our colleges are, in fact, at that enrollment cliff right now. 64% of our students are full-time. 57% are enrolled in the academic curriculum, and then 21% are in CTE. The other 23% or so, that's the dual credit side. I talked about earlier how that's really taken off. 57% of our students are sophomores, and the average ACT is 19. So we have students that perform well academically, traditionally in high school and ACT, so that's something to be proud of. A lot of our community college students are first generation students, first people in their family to attend a post-secondary institution. A lot of them may be the first time away from home. Some of them, we say, are a flat tire away from dropping out. They're looking for reasons not to come back. Some may be single parents, and then some may be full-time employees. So we see all kinds of students at the community college. So what we offer, I quickly want to mention this. Or before I do, I just want to say that we take students regardless of their educational background, regardless of what life's challenges have presented to them, and put them in a position to be successful. We can turn somebody into a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or a welder, a plumber, an HVAC technician. You name it, we can do it. So the Associate of Arts, what I mentioned a second ago, that's our university parallel. Fall of 2022, 34,000 students were in that track. Like I mentioned earlier, 8,300 of those awards were given in academic year 2023. Something that we can be proud of in Mississippi is the articulation agreements that we have in place with the universities. If a student earns an AA at a community college, they can transfer to university without losing any of those hours. So that's something that we've worked hard on to maintain with the universities, a strong partnership to ensure that time to completion is as minimal as it can be, because we all know the high cost of post-secondary education. Something else we also offer at the community colleges to help with this is the virtual community college. We've got 1,800 courses that students can take online. This allows us to meet students where they are. I said earlier that a lot of our students work full-time, and so they may not have the ability to take classes during a normal 8 to 5 session. So the MSVCC helps with that for sure, meeting students where they are. So the Associate of Applied Science, this is our career tech track. Something y'all have heard a lot about. I just want to mention it from the community college perspective. You can see fall of 2022, we had 13,000 students that were in this track, and then the awards I mentioned earlier. We have between 130 and 150 career tech programs that are offered at the community colleges. I mentioned earlier the stackable credential model that's in place so that folks have multiple options to exit programs with credentials and certificates prior to earning an AAS. I know 130 and 150 sounds like a lot, and it is, but colleges just don't openly decide to open programs overnight. We have a lot of requirements that they must provide to our office. First and foremost, their local board must approve it. They must provide our office with goals. What's your goal for this particular career tech program? What employment needs are in your area? What is the prospective student interest looking like? You know, we don't want the colleges to spend money on programs that either employers don't need or students aren't interested in. Program duplication across the state is also asked. And then the curriculum, something I'll mention about a second, and what we do. And then finally, expenses. What's the program costs? Career tech programs are expensive to operate and maintain. Y'all have heard earlier the cost of equipment, trying to recruit instructors. Brett mentioned earlier trying to hire a nurse. Just in full disclosure, you can make a heck of a lot more money as a welder in the private sector than you can by teaching at a community college. And that's the same for basically all of our career tech programs. So these programs are expensive to operate and maintain, but something that y'all have given to us, provided to us the last 3 or 4 years is a dedicated funding stream. This year it's about $10 million. It's called the Career Tech Advantage Program. And this money is used specifically for career tech programs at the community colleges to either open new programs or expand existing ones. It's dispersed. Each college gets there's a 15% base taken off the top. So each college gets $100,000. And then the remaining 85% is dispersed based on the FTEs that are generated for career tech students. So funded basically based on career tech students for career tech programs. I've had presidents tell me that that is one of the most valuable pieces of legislation or sources of funds that they've received in years. So I want to come here and thank y'all for that. It's been tremendously helpful in trying to open up these career tech programs and maintain them as well. Something that we do at our office to ensure that what's taught is what's needed is through our curriculum division. About 10 years ago, we formed a curriculum division. I think it came from the RCU at Mississippi State, to work with business and industry to make sure that what's taught is what's needed. The last thing we want is for a student to come through one of our career tech programs and not be trained in what's needed. And so through the entire curriculum process, business and industry is side by side at the table with us. It can advance to our board for consideration unless business and industry signs off on it. Last year, we wrote or rewrote about 25, I think, different curricula. So something that I'm particularly proud of that we do to ensure that the community colleges are offering, courses that are needed in these particular programs. The non-credit workforce training, I really, there's nothing else to add after Dr. Taylor's presentation. You know, a few years ago, y'all created the Office of Workforce Development, and they're doing a tremendous job in leading the state's workforce efforts. Prior to their creation, our board had 2 people that oversaw the Workforce Enhancement Training Fund. And as important as workforce training is today, that just wasn't fair to the state. That's not a knock on our agency by any means. And so what y'all did in 2020 by creating their office was very visionary. And we now have, you know, that one entity that we can all turn to for workforce leadership efforts. And so we offer hundreds of courses through our workforce training programs. And they're funded mainly through the WET funds, but there are other sources of funding. Business and industry can provide specific funding for specific programs as well. So just wanted to mention that. One thing that I want to hit on that Dr. Taylor also mentioned was the importance of adult education. So state law says that the Community College Board is the adult education office for the entire state. And we have 300,000 Mississippians without a high school diploma. And oftentimes these people are mired in the circle of poverty. And so our office works with the community colleges, with school districts to offer high school equivalency options to try to get these people the educational opportunities they need to not only better themselves, but to better their families. You can see in 23-24, we served 8,700 folks who earned almost 1,800 HSEs. And then in academic year 2022, about 2,800 students were admitted to a community college on a high school equivalency. Something that I do want to mention is I think the state spends about $1.8 million on adult education efforts through our budget. And so that amount has been the same for about as long as I can remember. And so we're being as efficient as we can with the dollars, but know that in order to make an impact, like Dr. Taylor was saying, producing more will probably take more resources. So I wanted to at least take this opportunity to mention that. Then one other thing I'll talk about with adult education, if you ever have the opportunity, hopefully one of your presidents will invite you to a high school equivalency graduation ceremony. This is one of the most meaningful things that I personally have ever attended. And to see just the looks on the graduates' faces and their families, and to hear them, every one of them, they walk across the aisle has a plan, and they're going to be successful in life because of the work that our folks on the campuses do. So I would encourage you, if you ever have the opportunity to go to one of those ceremonies, please take advantage. So I want to kind of start landing the plane by talking about a few initiatives that we have going on that can expand, that are expanding post-secondary opportunities across the state. And these involve partnerships across all areas of education. So right now, we are in a pilot program with the National Association of Higher Education Systems, NASH, to try to increase transfer rates through the various post-secondary institutions. This is a national group. The Mississippi cohort from the community college side is made up of Meridian, Gulf Coast, and Northeast. There's 3 universities as well who are participating. We're in the middle of this particular program right now, and our goal is the successes that are learned will then be shared with the other 12 community colleges and 5 or so universities across the state, so we can increase transfer rates from the community college to the universities. Another initiative is the Higher Education in Prison Initiative. This is an effort led by the Humanities Council. We've received as a state funding from the Mellon Foundation and the Laughing Gull Foundation to provide 4-credit humanities courses in Mississippi prisons. You can see Hines, Mississippi Delta, Mississippi Gulf Coast, Mississippi Valley State University, and Northeast are the entities who are working with this prison education. To date, 202 incarcerated individuals have been enrolled in humanities courses. I've had the opportunity the last 2 years to go to the state penitentiary in May to witness Mississippi Delta recognize the folks who have completed the programs. And I don't know which one's more moving, a high school equivalency ceremony or this one. The looks on those men's faces is just really moving and touching. And something that we did last year, Phi Theta Kappa is the International Community College Honor Society. Y'all, they chartered a chapter at Parchman last year, first one in the Southeast region. So got some good things going on in the prison world because incarcerated individuals, when they are released, need educational opportunities and skills so that they don't get caught in the cycle that they were in previously. So just wanted to take an opportunity to mention that. My Best, I think that Dr. Taylor mentioned, this is a program that began about 10 years ago at our office, funded by the Kellogg Foundation. It takes high school dropouts and simultaneously enrolls them in CTE courses and HSE courses. So the result is students potentially, earn an HSE and CTE credits in about half the time. So you see that we've had about 3,100 folks participate in this program in those 10 years. 1,000 have earned an HSE, 1,700 have gained employability skills. So we've seen good outcomes with that. And then the last one I'll mention, I know that Jean Massey's in the room, but she's leading this effort for the state, Ascent to 55. In 2020, the Education Achievement Council adopted the state's first post-secondary attainment goal. So we finally have a North Star to help kind of guide attainment goals and policies here in the state. So our goal as a state is to have our working age population be 55% by the year 2030. So I'll close with just a couple of comments. That one I didn't make didn't make on the slide is retention efforts. Sometimes we don't necessarily have problems with enrolling students into programs. We have problems with getting them through the pipeline. And so some things that we are doing that help with retention efforts at the community college level, early understanding of what programs and careers are that these folks are entering. The career coaches are doing a good job on the front end of helping us with that. One thing that we don't want is for a student to enroll in a CTE program and then realize, hey, I don't want to be a welder. And they lose time and money, and that could potentially take a spot for somebody who's more interested in the program as well. Personalized advising and mentoring programs to guide students along the way. Like I said earlier, a lot of our students are first generation post-secondary students, so they don't know what to expect. And so by having that personalized advising and mentoring, our folks are able to walk side by side to make sure that they're getting the resources needed to be hopefully successful in community colleges. And then finally, wraparound services. I mentioned earlier, some of our students are just a flat tire away from dropping out. And so wraparound services are really, really important. They can help with childcare, help gas cars, that sort of thing, to make sure that students are able to attend community college. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to just end by thanking y'all for the support y'all have given to us in the past. Like I said, the CTE Advantage program has really been beneficial to our colleges. We're here to help in any way that we can with this critical issue. Community colleges, you give them a task and they'll put their nose to the ground and go to work to complete it. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Thank you, Director Smith. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Smith? I would ask, I guess, as we move into session, I know the dual credit piece, again, it goes back to funding, and whether it's K-12, IHL, community college, if we're tasking people to do something, the funding model needs to look like it needs to be. But I do commend the community colleges because they are the most nimble, able to adjust potentially out there. But I do want to know that if we are making a CTE focus, that again, as we work through Accelerate, I know you need funding a lot of times for faculty, and that question was mentioned earlier, and would share that. I've talked with a couple of presidents about that. Is, that's one area we may can assist, but it's a targeted situation. It's for courses that are delivering high wage, high demand jobs in the priority sectors. And, from ecosystem to ecosystem, those community colleges sometimes overlap, but we want to be shooting with a rifle, not a shotgun. So, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Norwood.
You don't have to answer it now, but I just want to throw it out. If you could provide us the flat tire way. Could you provide us what all would encompass it? I heard you mention childcare, but could you just provide the information in terms of the barriers that would prohibit individuals from completing their journey?
Yes, sir, happy to.
Thank you, Senator. We will move on to our institution of higher learning. Commissioner Dr. Rankins, we invite you up and we'll let you begin whenever you arrive at the podium.
Thank you, Chairman Sparks. And as soon as we get the slides queued up, I'm ready to roll. Okay, thank you, Senators, for this opportunity to talk a little bit about what we're doing within the IHL system to increase labor force participation. Next slide, please. So I'll start by telling you a little bit about our system. You see the building and square footage and acres that we operate within the IHL system. We have just north of 77,000 students as of fall of 2023, nearly 28,000 employees. That's made up of a little north of 6,000 faculty members. If you look at our students, the average ACT score for our entering freshmen is 23.6. Our freshman to sophomore retention rate is 80%, and we award 24 degrees per 100 FTE enrolled students, meaning for every 100 students enrolled, we graduate about 24. Now that's compared to our IPED's 6-year cohort graduation rates. You oftentimes hear mention of an institution where the 6-year graduation rate is 40%, and that looks like a bad number. But I want to take the opportunity to explain what's in a cohort graduation rate. That means of the number of freshmen, your first-time, full-time freshmen that come in, how many stay at your university and graduate within 4 or 6 years. That was a great metric to look at attainment 50 years ago, but not today. For example, if a student starts out at Hines and then transfers after 1 year to Jackson State and graduates from Jackson State 3 years later, that student is not counted in anybody's graduation rate, not Jackson State's or Hines. If a student graduates from Madison Central and decides to go to the University of Memphis, gets homesick and decides that they want to come back and they want to go to USM, that student is not counted in USM's cohort graduation rate. It's an antiquated way of looking at student success, and that's why we look at the number of graduates per 100 students enrolled. Our students, 63% are from the state of Mississippi, 37% are out of state, 59% are female, 41% are male, 29% are Black, and 59% are white. So Corey Miller, our state economist in December of 2023, stated likely reasons for relatively low labor force participation. And he mentioned disability, race, and incarceration, and identified educational attainment as the foremost contributor to labor force participation. You likely heard this on yesterday, but in August of 2024, Empower Mississippi identified education was found to be the most important predictor of Mississippi labor force participation. So, Mr. Chairman, for those reasons, I will focus on what our institutions are doing to increase baccalaureate level degree attainment here in our state. If we look at national data at employment rates, over the last decade for individuals who dropped out of high school graduates, those with some college but no bachelor's degree, and those with a bachelor's degree or higher, you see a trend. The higher the educational attainment level, the more likely that individual is to be employed. Nationally, high school dropouts, 60% are employed. They complete high school, 74%, some college, no baccalaureate degree, 80%, and with a baccalaureate degree, a higher, 88%, as of 2023. Conversely, on the next slide, if we look at unemployment, all right, same groups, if we look at 2023, high school dropout, unemployment rate 9%, completed high school 7%, some college, no baccalaureate degree 4%, baccalaureate degree or higher 3%. So the data is clear nationally. The more educated you are, the more likely you are to be employed and stay employed. But I want to compare these two slides, and if you look, for example, at your employment rates for a high school dropout is 60%, the unemployment rate is 9%. If you add those two numbers, that comes out to be 69%. That means you've got another 31% of individuals, 25 to 34, that are high school dropouts that are not employed and they're not seeking employment. Right. If you compare that, the 88% and 3% of those individuals with a baccalaureate degree or higher, you have less than 10% that are out of the labor force and not actively looking for work. And I hope a good number of those are in graduate or professional schools. Mr. Chairman, I also wanted to look at degree attainment, compare that to labor force participation, and randomly pick states across the US and compare them to Mississippi. I selected Massachusetts out the Northeast, Colorado out the Mountain West, Minnesota out of the Upper Midwest, and Arkansas here in the South compared to Mississippi. If you look at unemployment rates as of July of 2024, about 4.8% for Mississippi compared to 4.2 for Arkansas, 3 for Minnesota, 3.8 for Colorado, 3.9 for Massachusetts. If you look at labor force participation rate for individuals 16 years and older, you see Mississippi at 54%, similarly Arkansas at 56%, and you see the other 3 states north of 60%. What I want you to pay attention to is a trend in some of these other socioeconomical metrics. Median household income, identified with at least one disability, children living below poverty, infant mortality rates, incarceration rates, and you see a trend. The more educated your population is, they're less likely to be incarcerated, your infant mortality rates decrease, children living below poverty decreases, the number of people on disability decreases, and your median household income increases, and you're more likely to be employed. So if you look at the major issues that we face, it's clear that education is a part of the solution. So what are we doing to try to increase educational attainment levels here in our system? My colleague from the Community College Board mentioned the prison program. Mississippi Valley State operates this program at the Delta and Baldwin County Correctional Facilities in Delta. They started this program in 2022, and they have roughly 50 plus inmates enrolled. Now, in order to qualify, they must be eligible to be released in the near future and eligible to participate in the federal Second Chance Pell Program to pay for those classes that they're taking. And the University of Southern Mississippi, the Medical Center, and Mississippi State all offer accelerated nursing degree programs to help individuals get their nursing credential, get in the workforce more quickly to help address our current nursing shortage here in our state. Vic, Gregory, and Lucina in July of 2023 reported that as of February 2023, the number of child care workers in the US was about 6% below its pre-pandemic levels, while the cost of child care was up by 14%. And that the shortage of child care workers and rising child care prices have been deemed partly responsible for the lackluster rebound of labor force participation rates in our nation. So to address this issue, just a few days ago, there was an article released about some work going on at Mississippi State, where through their LIFT resources and referral network operated through the Extension Service, they are connecting families with child care options in their local areas. And on the next slide, you have a list of all the communities across every corner of the state where this program is operating. And I was informed that 4 new sites just recently opened since this announcement. Other examples, Mississippi State received a $9.9 million grant to advance workforce reintegration for Mississippians with disabilities, particularly focusing on those individuals who have been suffering from long-term COVID syndrome. They've been deemed disabled, unable to work, and this program is allowing those individuals to get back into the workforce. At the system level, we have Compete to Complete. This program focuses on individuals who stopped or dropped out of one of our universities or one of our 15 community colleges. We identify those individuals, get them back enrolled at a community college or one of our universities, and help them finish what they started and earn their degrees. And since its inception, we currently have 6,471 students enrolled, and since inception, there have been over 3,700 degrees awarded to students. Some of our policies implemented by IHL board to increase baccalaureate level degree attainment is Board Policy 515, which each of our universities shall provide opportunities for admitted students to be awarded academic credit for military learning to help many of our military veterans who come to our universities gain additional credit hours and complete their degrees in a timely fashion. Additionally, we have our new applied baccalaureate degree program. My colleague with the Community College Board mentioned the strong partnerships we have with our community colleges. This is one. Prior to this policy, students at the community colleges that were on the career technical track, those courses would not transfer to our universities. This degree allows those career tech credits to be transferred to our universities, and they earn a 4-year degree. So regardless of whether they're in the academic track or the career tech track, students that attend our community colleges can transfer to our universities and earn a 4-year degree. And let me just mention, I talked about degrees awarded and what happens to students that transfer. About a third of our graduates that we graduate from our universities start at one of our 15 community colleges here in the state of Mississippi. That's a success story. And on the next slide, you see a list of the different concentrations, emphasis areas, and degrees that are offered through the Bachelor of Applied Science for those students on the career tech side at our community colleges. I see Dr. Ennis walked in, president at Delta State. Our universities work very hard, and our presidents work very hard to keep our tuition affordable. If you look at where we are compared to some of our neighboring states, we're well below the resident tuition at institutions and states around us. We're pretty close with Arkansas, but our universities are very affordable. We understand that the cost is going up, but if you look at us compared to other states, we're still a bargain because we believe in creating opportunities for our students and not putting up barriers, particularly financial barriers. So what have we been doing in the area of degree attainment? In 2023, we awarded over 19,600 degrees. Of those, 477 were education degrees, 944 were nursing degrees, and 4,567 were STEM degrees. And of those STEM degrees, 1,000 were new degrees in engineering. And graduates in the STEM area across our universities has increased by 16% over the past 5 years. The next data point I want to point out, senators, is what we've done over the last decade as it relates to enrollment and degree production. Over the last decade, we've had a slight dip in enrollment, about 4% across the system. But over that same time period, even with less students, we are producing more degrees. I think that's because of some statewide policy decisions and the good work that our universities are doing on our campuses to try to get our students to the finish line more efficiently. So, as the old adage goes, we're doing more with less. Less students, but putting out more graduates. And I'll conclude, Senator, by talking about what our campuses and what we do in the system office to make sure that our academic program offerings are in line with our labor force needs here in the state. Before our board approves any new program at our institutions, they have a keen focus on unnecessary duplication, evidence of labor market needs, and employment opportunities for graduates when they graduate. And I emphasize unnecessary duplication because, we have 5 institutions that offer nursing programs, and they're all needed because of our nursing demand. But every institution doesn't need a pharmacy school. Every institution doesn't need an engineering school. So our board pays close attention to unnecessary duplication. And I also want you to be aware that on our individual campuses and in our system office, we do an assessment annually of the productivity of all of our academic degree programs with specific focus on how many people they're graduating over a 3-year period. And if those programs are not productive, the institution may make the decision to eliminate the program, or that decision may be made by our IHL board. And I want to conclude with the last slide that just shows over the last 5 years, we've added about 80 new academic programs. But at the same time, we've deleted 79 programs. So we've netted 1 new academic program over the last 5 years due to that vetting process of looking at productivity of our academic programs. Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there and hopefully, all right.
You got us back on track, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right.
First of all, I want to commend IHL and the institutions for the complete program, as well as a Bachelor of Applied Science. You know, we've made some decisions in the past as a state or as entities that probably didn't encourage our students. You know, when I tell you, hey, you've got some credits, but you can't use them here, that's just not a good way to approach. So I commend you guys for going down that road. And I'm a community college product that had a 7-year gap before I went back to one of our IHLs. So, you know, I understand the challenges that people can face of just being intimidated going back on a university campus. So I think that's good. Couple of things. The graduation rate really troubles me. The numbers that came out recently have concern because some of them are just low, terribly low. Now, I was not aware, and I appreciate you bringing that up because that was going to be one of my questions, is how are we counted? And we need to figure that out. And I don't know if that's a federal dictated way people count, if that's the way we've always counted, but you know, you said for 50 years we've been doing that, but I don't want to know how many degrees are issued per FTE because I got 2 undergraduate degrees. So that university gets credit for me getting 2 degrees from a percentage standpoint where somebody else didn't attain a degree. So I am interested if there's a way we can track better people who go to college because they're trading their time and their resources, potentially borrowing those resources. And if they're not graduating 4 to 6 years later, they've actually lost time in the job market. And that's, you know, I think with K-12 and community college, more of our focus is that CTE driver, maybe not the 4-year college track type situation, but our IHLs are degree institutions. That's a lot of what you do, primarily what you do. So do you have suggestions as far as how to address this graduation rate issue where we can be fair to the institutions? Because it's unfair if a transfer doesn't count that comes in to graduate.
Well, I'll tell you, Senator, this is a federal metric. You know, there's a whole laundry list of data that we have to provide to the federal government every year. And that includes what's known as IPEDS, cohort graduation rates. And it's been going on for years. Whenever I travel to DC, whoever will listen to me, I'll tell them the pitfalls of looking at that metric and how it does not align with the behavior of our current students. Because again, if you look at our universities, 1/3 of our students that we graduate start at a community college here in Mississippi. So that means you're taking out 1/3 of the students that we graduate just from our community colleges, and they don't count toward anybody's cohort graduation rate. So it's not a fair nor a logical metric to look at what universities are doing to graduate students. But I would say that the number you graduate per 100 students enrolled, that's an annual number. So you're not counted twice, Senator, unless you earn those 2 degrees in the same year.
In my case, I did. And I was a double major. So
yeah,
if you've got people that are double majors, but and
that's rare.
Right. We need to drill down on this because if I see 14% or or 20% or 30%, 4-year graduation rates, that's the top line. And that is a shocking number to me, because again, people are trading their time and their resources, and we need to figure out what the issue is. But I look forward to working with you on that,
Yeah.
trying to figure out if we can use our friends at InSpark to help us track our students to give a fairer depiction, because come, session, people walk in here from the institutions and they're, looking for funding, they're going to get hit with what's going on
Right.
at your institution.
Well, I look forward to those conversations, Senator. I don't know what the solution is, but I do know that a cohort graduation rate is not the number we need to look at.
And then the other thing, and I'll yield time to my committee members for any questions, but also in tracking those degrees, I understand that all the data points to someone with the education is more involved in the labor force. I would like to know if our institutions of higher learning track whether people are underemployed. In other words, you got your 1,000 engineers that are here graduating, or in the program, that's awesome. And they're probably going to make what the median income is for an engineer. I would be shocked if they didn't, because there's high demand. But that would be the other thing, is making sure when people trade their time, their resources, and receive that degree, are they employed at a level that we're expecting, to see. So thank you so much for your presentation. I would
Yes, sir.
yield to any questions for the committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
You
Senator.
could have done better. That's 12 o'clock. You hit it. Thank you. We will break for lunch and we'll resume back at 1 p.m.
is off now. It's off. Just switched. Well, that's it.
So let's see. Do I just? It's not on there yet. Okay. All right. You'll get it going.
So. Gotta get the tutorial. So I'll put the PowerPoint on both teams. Okay. Slides to green button. Right.
Yep.
Slides to the back.
Okay.
And then if the mic is off.
Thank you.
forward. Okay. If the mic is not on, George, talk directly. Any questions for me? All right. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Apologize for being a little bit behind. We will go ahead and begin our afternoon testimony. We'll just adjust accordingly. We'll just end 15 minutes late. So, I think everybody's got 30 minutes. And we're starting with Mississippi State. Dr. Susan Seals, the Dean of College of Professional and Continuing Studies. We have invited the 4 research institutions this afternoon to kind of highlight certain things that they're doing as it relates to workforce, and kind of left it open-ended for you because just want to hear from the unique perspective of things we're doing. And some of it, I'm sure, will overlap. And we will have our other IHL institutions in the October meeting is our plan. But we really do appreciate each of you coming and preparing this. And Dr. Seal, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
I know y'all have had a lot of information thrown at you, so I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I'm going to talk about kind of an infrastructure piece that we have implemented, particularly the College of Professional and Continuing Studies, which is a college that was established in May of last year. IHL approved it last year, and it's built off of the infrastructure of our Center for Distance Education and our Center for Continuing Education. So we weren't just starting from nothing. We already had some infrastructure that we were able to kind of move around and repurpose some folks and kind of build from there. And when we look at the audience for this, and the pictures in here are some of our students, the audience is working adults. And so the part of that, building it off of the infrastructure of our online education, our average age for online has been about 32. It's actually going down. We're about 28 years old now, with more of, with the Bachelor of Applied Science, which I think Dr. Rankins mentioned earlier. You have people coming from the community college, going ahead and going to work, going online. But working adults has been the focus for this, and programs that really doesn't fit in another more traditional college. Students that are seeking the applied and industry-focused degrees, again, the Bachelor of Applied Science in particular, and also being able to work with industry and identify what their needs are and kind of develop with that. Students seeking to reskill for new careers. As we all know, the workforce is changing probably faster than it has in a long time, with AI coming at us and all the different things happening. If you had a degree from 10 or 15 years ago, there's a good chance you need to reskill. And for the new jobs, for the jobs in the new economy. And so being able to help people to reskill for that, whether it's a non-credit piece, it may not be another degree, but it may be a non-credit. And so being able to help students reskill and also not have to go from wherever they are to a whole new degree or an additional degree, but can kind of stop through. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then also the audience is the industry partners that are seeking pathways. And I'll talk about that for their employees. I mentioned to Senator Sparks that I talked to Greg Wingham from Illumina Dynamics Monday. He spoke at Rotary. And with them moving into the area, and of course, they're still in the building process, but being able to be an educational partner with them or whomever to say, whatever you need, whether it's credit, non-credit, we can put those things together, build pathways, identify what's going to make sense for the industry, not obviously just for one organization. But this is where we kind of started. And this is some data that came from the Chronicle of Higher Ed that looks at adult learners. And by adult learners, we're talking about 25 years and older. If you look at Mississippi, our high school diploma only, we're actually higher than the national average and slightly below our contiguous states. Those next three is really kind of where we're looking at for this college. Those who have some degree, some college, but no degree. And you see the Mississippi State is higher than the national average and our contiguous states. So we've got a lot of people who have started for whatever reason. There's a million reasons why people might stop out. Life happens. Maybe they do like sometime we think about, they party too much and they dropped out, or that happens. Or maybe they had a family situation, an economic, financial situation that they had to stop and go to work, or military, a lot of different reasons for that. And then we're actually higher on the associate's degree side. So that's good, but it also gives us the opportunity that there's a lot of people that we can take to that next step. Maybe they have an associate's degree and they're already in the workforce, but they can, maybe they stop out at a supervisory position, management position, and this allows them the opportunity, if they can continue, to move into those higher paying jobs. And then also we're lowest in the percent of bachelors. And if you look at you have that labor participation, people with the education are the ones that are in the workforce. And so how do we continue to move that? So this is the kind of the infrastructure for the college. Because a lot of times people are like, well, I don't really understand. So it's a new college. How does it work? Is it like a real college? So there's three kind of pillars to the new college. One is the academic function, just like any other college. We're going to have degree programs. Right now, we have the Bachelor of Applied Science, the general, where they can pick different areas. We have a Bachelor of Applied Science in Public Management. And this is one that the Mississippi Fire Academy came to us and said, we have people getting associate's degrees in fire protection and we're having to send them out of state to get a bachelor's. Can you work with us on that? And I said, well, we don't teach a lot of fire stuff at Mississippi State. And he said, well, we don't need the fire stuff. They're getting that in the associate's degree. What they need, and he gave us a list of competencies. They need communication skills. They need leadership. They need to be able to work with state and local governments. And so we really put together an interdisciplinary major that had all those things, different colleges, some PPA, communication, some business. And of course, that has more of an application than just for emergency response. But that's just an example. One of the things also, the Bachelor of Applied Science for us was originally the major. But it really helped our students once we made that a degree type and then had an actual major. So the BAS is now a degree type like a BS. And so then students, rather than saying, what's your major? Bachelor of Applied Science, and people go, I don't know what that means. They can say, I have a BAS in public management. I have a BAS in cybersecurity. I have a BAS in the major. And so we can build that major out. So public management is one. Business office technology is one. This is one that we see a lot of students coming out of the community college with that BOT AAS degree. And so we can move them into that. It's a very broad major that they can, a lot of job opportunities for that. And so we'll continue to develop that. The university studies is our general degree completion that was associated most with the Complete to Compete, which has been a great program as well. And we're going to continue to do that and work with that and expand that program. We also have a graduate certificate that is teaching with virtual reality, and it is a micro credential. And I'm actually going to a conference next week that the whole conference is on alternative credential, micro credentials. It's huge, you know, nationally, everybody's talking about this. The problem is that people don't understand what it means, partly because LSU may call it something and we call it something else and Oregon State calls it something else. And so industry, they know what a bachelor's degree is, but they don't know what all these badges and micro credentials and all that is. So we're really trying to work on that nomenclature from a national standpoint. But this is a micro credential, 2 courses, and we're also developing it into non-credit, which I'll kind of show how that pathway works as well. So degree programs, research, scholarship, grants, all the stuff that you would see in a traditional college. Also, the second pillar is our Center for Continuing Education. And this, I think there's a lot of potential and opportunity for growth and to address some of the things that you all are looking at with the labor participation rate. Like I said, the Center for Continuing Education was when we moved into this college. Focuses on the non-credit, and there are hundreds and hundreds of programs in the center. Some of them continuing education units for teachers, industry-related programs, technology-related programs that people can start with or add to. Then we also have the development of infrastructure. So I know my colleagues from Southern, or I assume so, and Ole Miss are familiar with Banner, whether you use Banner or you're familiar with it. But Banner's the system that all the courses go into, right? So if it's a course at Mississippi State, it goes into Banner. And financial, it's all handled in Banner. The registrar's office, it's this huge system that really manages a lot of the infrastructure for the university. We're going to do that similar thing from the non-credit standpoint. We're implementing a system because right now we know that our extension service does some non-credit and College of Engineering's got some and business, but it's not really coordinated well. And so by having this system and in essence, almost having like a registrar for non-credit, so we can run everything through there and it's connected to Banner so they can get a student ID, then we can manage that better. And if somebody has had, let's say, a safety course, being in that system, we can also alert them and go, look, I understand that you took this 2 years ago. You need to recertify. And so we can help them with that. And we've already got your information. So, you know, click here and move through that. So that'll be a big infrastructure piece that helps us manage that well. And then as we look at pathways, it's going to help us lead them from the non-credit into the credit side. And then identify the pathways, which I just mentioned. The support services is the third pillar, and this is our online education. We have about 130 online programs, and we've been doing online for 25, 30 years. We didn't just start with COVID, which I know most in the state did not either. So with our online education, we provide the services such as admissions, enrollment, advising, tech support, and that's working with all the colleges in the university. So we provide that for all the colleges because the programs, the online programs belong in the college where they are. We also provide the support for faculty in terms of instructional design. Faculty success leads to student success as well. And then we coordinate, we have a person individually who is coordinating that micro-credential and helping us identify that, how we build that out, identifying the needs for that and working with our faculty. Credit for prior learning, that's another area that it's been around for a long time. I mean, CLEP is credit for prior learning. And so we're really trying to look at that more and more because when we're focused on adult learners, they're coming to the university with experience and learning that they may have gotten. Now, you don't give credit for a prior experience. You have to show that you've learned something. So putting a strong system in place that can show this experience that you had and what you learned there can transfer into credit. And what we see, particularly in minority groups, if they can bring prior credit in, they are at around 11, 12% higher percentage of actually graduating, which I thought was kind of interesting. But if they feel like they're getting something for the work that they've done, maybe other certifications that they've done, non-credit stuff that they've done, that they're more likely to actually graduate. And then we also are leading the student success for adult learners. University is focused on those traditional students. We do a great job with those. Adult learners they have different needs. They've got full-time jobs, many of them. They have families and all the things that go with that. The financial aspect's a big piece of that. We're working on trying to get more scholarships for those non-traditional students. Because what we find is we'll have adult learners who say, well, I've got to take a full-time load in order to get some financial support. Well, they've already got a full-time job, spouse, kids, parents, and now they're going to add on a full-time load. That doesn't set them up for success, but they feel like they have to. So, but that's the infrastructure for the college, which I think sets us up well to be able to do some of the things that we've talked about. So this is the pathway model that I was mentioning, and how it starts with the competencies. And you can take those competencies and you can put those together and make some kind of course or module, and then have some type of badge. Now, we have probably all on our resume at some point in time put that we had good communication skills, right? We all have good communication skills. How does anybody know that other than just to put it on there? Well, now if you have some kind of badge that says, well, I have this communication badge that shows that I've actually taken some courses, completed some things, it has a little more weight to that. And quite often those digital badges, you can see what's behind that. And also it helps people from having to go from maybe they have a little bit of college or maybe they don't have any, all the way to a degree. That's daunting. And some of the people right now that are not in the labor force, there's a lot of barriers between here and there. So how do we make those smaller? How do we remove some of those? One is maybe helping them start with some non-credit stuff. It may cost less. It's a little less intimidating. They can upskill a little bit and maybe move into a different position or move to another position because they have the skill based. We also know that skill is not the only thing. There's been a little bit of a pendulum where companies saying, we just need the skill stuff. They don't need degrees. They just need the skills. And then what they find out is, okay, they have the skills, but they don't know how to think critically. They don't know how to communicate. They don't know how to work in teams. Turns out you learn a lot of that getting that full degree. I was at a conference not too long ago, and it's one of the big technology companies. And they said, people were surprised to find that we don't always hire the technology graduates. He said, we'll hire liberal arts people because they know how to think critically. They know how to solve problems. Being able to move down that spectrum and down that pathway so you can get a badge. Well, now you can take that badge and we can say, well, because you've taken all these courses, that's in essence this first course in your degree. So now you've already gotten a credential. You've got something that you can say, I don't just have a bunch of college credit, I actually have a credential. You can transfer that in, and then you can keep going. Our certificate in virtual reality, what we've done with it, we kind of started in the middle and we have the academic courses, and now so they can get an academic certificate, we're going to break that apart and make it non-credit. So if they take all these non-credit, it can transfer in as that first course because it's the same thing. But this is a little bit easier lift to start with. And so I think this from working with the industry is very helpful, and it helps people, it kind of meets them where they are. I think one of the biggest deterrents to getting education for some people is just the access. And so this kind of helps with the access. So I'll kind of stop with that and see if you have some questions. Kind of throwing that out there.
Well, thank you very much. I had, in our conversation, this stair-step approach was something that I don't know if all our universities are doing that, but I can see that being very helpful, particularly if we have industry partners, because you're going to build your courses or modules based on what competencies they're looking for. And they may say, look, we'll hire you at this rate, but with this badge or this certificate, it's a little pay bump. So there's that first target that you're getting to, but then ultimately the degree may be what they want, or the employer continues to, move the target to say, well, then we could do this with you. So I do think that's an excellent way to put it together, because if it's built for employers, then potentially the employer may be more interested in being financially involved versus scholarship.
Right.
And you did touch on that. Is there anything in particular with this age group that you're using or you have found as helpful? Because scholarship obviously covers tuition or your books or whatever materials you have, but back to the same things that we've talked about with childcare, with transportation. Are you seeing anything in particular in that field where, where we're making progress, or what we would need to make progress?
Well, we're actually looking, our VP of enrollment, we've kind of looked at, okay, the scholarships. Because one other thing I've said is they can't all be based on ACT and GPA. Some of these people haven't had a GPA in 15 years. So some of them are actually lifestyle scholarships, and some of that's going to be private. So, our John Rush, we've talked about that. How do we get private donors involved in helping those students? And some of the ones I've looked at, again, they're like lifestyle stuff for single parents, scholarships for single parents, because that's a huge thing. Access, a lot of these people are going to be online because they're working. And also, if they can get into a job, the job market and get a job, sometime they'll pay that tuition, so they don't have the burden of the financial piece. And working with industry, understanding that industry has different buckets of money that they can use for different things. And a lot of industries in the state of Mississippi will do that. So giving them the access that they need for the online also is huge.
And then my last question is, and I know it's a new school, so it could see some things that change, but are you working with a university through this particular school, or is that in some other capacity?
We will, yes.
Okay.
We've just kind of started. And one of the things that last fall, when we were getting input from everybody about the college, our VP of research, Julie Jordan, she said, can you start this now? Because from the research standpoint, there's a lot of grants, there's research opportunities, there's partners that we need, that training piece and that education piece that doesn't fit somewhere else, that we don't really know what to do with, that I can really see this college coming in and helping with that and filling the gaps where it doesn't fit somewhere else for whatever reason. So yeah, absolutely. And the first year has been kind of building that infrastructure and getting it set up. But like I said, we've also got another program, a master's that we're putting through our Committee on Courses and Curricula as well. So we hope to see that coming through as well.
Thank you so much. Questions from the committee? Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Steele, for being here. I just had a question of curiosity on this graph that you had. It seems like we're just really great at the first three columns there, but then when you get the bachelor's degree, we underperform the nation by 7% as far as people in this age bracket have a bachelor's degree. Do you have any information that speaks to why that's such a big difference? Because, with a high school diploma and associate's degree, we seem to be beating.
I think for the most part, they're going to work.
Okay.
They're going ahead and getting in they may get in the job labor market, but they're at those lower rates. And so depending on the population, but that's, and you look at our other contiguous states, they're lower too.
Yes.
So similar populations, but a lot of times they're going ahead and they're taking those quick jobs. They've got to get out. A lot of times they're having to take care of their families.
Right.
So their larger family, maybe even their parents. And so they're going ahead and getting a job, which again, that's fine. But we also want to look at is their standard of living and how can we help them move on from that, so they're not stopping out at those low-end jobs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McCon.
Just quickly, this is probably the congratulations. You're the first one to bring solutions, and I look forward to that. And I figured that's what we were going to have this afternoon, was our universities that have now gotten involved in the scene. The question I've got is, if someone were to go in and get an offer for a position and we're told that, hey, if you'll go get this certification, industrial safety, whatever it may be, these folks can just basically go online and operate it. Just, we're not going to have to wait for a class. We're not going to have to wait for
Right.
a typical semester. I mean, because these folks, they get that offer, they need to go do it then.
They need to go then.
So we're looking at this just being basically an on-demand kind of system. Is that right?
It's got, well, it's still, well, now your non-credit part, it's on demand. You can go
That's what I'm
whenever.
talking
Now,
about,
yeah, now your academic, but even with the academic, I'm pushing more and more to have standard 8-week courses, because that's what adults are wanting. They want to get through, and we're competing not just with other institutions around the area, University of Alabama or whatever. We're competing with Southern New Hampshire. We're competing with Western Governors. We're competing with Arizona State because they're coming into this state and it has to be easy admissions. And I think sometimes we get caught up in the university speak and we understand what we're talking about, but somebody who's a single parent who hasn't been to school in a while, they don't know what we're talking about. So we've got to make that easy and we've got to make it quick for them to be able to get through at the same rigor, but be able to do it to meet their needs.
But we're very clear though, up front in that,
Yes.
You understand you're in a program that is not accredited for a college. I mean, at this point, we're kind of operating kind of quasi in both realms. Now, we don't want to become like some of the institutions that are
Absolutely.
online saying, hey, guess what, come see us. And
Right.
you're not going to have a law degree because you're not ABA accredited.
Yes, right.
We don't want to go that route.
Right.
And I do think, and I know that every one of you that are going to look at this route have done your research and you have your legal counsel. But
Sure.
I appreciate this. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. This is fabulous.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other questions?
There any more questions? Okay, thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you being with us. Next, University of Southern Mississippi, Dr. Kelly Lucas, the Vice President for Research. I'll just let you begin when you're ready.
Thank y'all. Thank you for allowing me to present to you today about something I'm pretty passionate about. I'm from the Mississippi Gulf Coast, so blue economy is very much a passion of mine. I do think you'll hear some similar things, right, in programmings and type of things that we are doing. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about building this blue economy innovation ecosystem that's going to help us improve our economic diversity and resiliency. And so first of all, ooh, this is split screen here. So I guess, what is the blue economy? I think Spencer's fixing me. He's fixing me over there. Okay. So ocean economy, maritime economy, marine-based economy. Those are the typical kind of same words you hear. It's really the sustainable use of our oceans for both economic activity, jobs, our livelihoods, our health, the tourism that we enjoy, all those things. This is not new, right? This is Mississippi's heritage, especially the heritage of the Mississippi Gulf Coast. You're talking seafood, you're talking marine transportation, shipbuilding, marine construction, offshore minerals, tourism and recreation, those type things. What we are talking about that's a little bit different is capturing the new blue economy. So you will see on this graph in 2010, 1.5 trillion, right, in ocean economy, in the blue economy, growing on its way up to 3 trillion. We want to capture that. Where is it we're looking to capture? We are not trying to supplant anything already we're doing. It's a supplement, but it's the new, it's the technology. It's doing things differently. A good example of that is Ocean Aero, the company that moves from San Diego to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. We're in unmanned systems, right? A 22-foot boat that on the surface goes underwater, operates autonomously, or can be piloted from a different location. This is going to give you the ability to go into conditions where you don't want to send humans and add environmental security, national security, homeland security. Those are the type technologies that we're speaking of in the new blue economy. And there's some real kind of tangibles to this, right? Because this is a global competition. That 3 trillion isn't just the US, right? Because in the US, we're looking about 369 billion currently in GDP from the blue economy. About a third of that is in the Gulf of Mexico. And so we're looking to capture the workforce of the future. And with this comes the capital investment and growing the private sector element as well. So I messing him up. So here's just some information on Mississippi's blue economy. This is from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, which is part of the Department of Commerce. So they capture these report cards for all the states that border a coastline or the Great Lakes. So you can see that we've seen an increase since 2011 to 2021 in businesses. We've also seen an increase in employees. And where you're seeing that mostly is in the tourism and recreation sector. It wouldn't be no surprise to y'all that 58% of that GDP is captured in shipbuilding. The thing with the tourism and the recreation sector is this is a pretty volatile sector. Think oil spill, think pandemic, think hurricane. When those type things occurs, these are the sectors that really take the hits. Also, the jobs that are associated with the tourism and the recreational sector are on average $2,000 less than the average wages of the state of Mississippi. I'm gonna go ahead and let Spencer roll since I keep messing it up there. And so here is just to capture a little bit on the average annual wages. And so I'm gonna give you these numbers because I know it's kind of hard to see on the graph, but this was from 2013 to 2023. And this is the lower 3 coastal counties, which is capturing the majority of the blue economy. You do have some of that moving into the 3 additional counties on the up on the coast. But by and large, the majority is captured here. So you do see the Gulf Coast trending slightly above the state of Mississippi in terms of average annual wages. So about $2,000 difference there. So the average annual wage in Mississippi is $48,000 in 2023, and it was $50,000 for the Mississippi Gulf Coast. However, when you look at that increase, the state of Mississippi increased at about 34% from 2013 to 2023. And the Mississippi Gulf Coast was at 27. On average across the United States, which is at an average of 70,000 in average annual wage, they had a 44% increase in that same time frame. And a lot of that is we are seeing the jobs, we're just seeing them in a sector where the average annual wage is lower than the state average. So same thing kind of here, capturing it differently, is we have our overperforming industry sectors. And so the number that I really like you to look at here is the local competitiveness, because this kind of captures the essence of what explains everything. So this tells you, right, the competitive advantage or disadvantage locally that we have for certain sectors. Because if you look at the industrial mix, that's going to tell you how on average the industry should have grown or declined over this time frame, same time frame, 2013 to 2023. And the national growth tells you about the health of the economy. So clearly we have a huge competitive advantage in that beautiful Mississippi Gulf Coast. And you're seeing that in the tourism jobs that are online. And so if you move along to underperforming sectors, one of the ones that we focus on in this, a lot of, is professional technical and services. So NACIS code 54. This is where your higher average annual wages are. This is where a lot of your engineers are going to end up, your professional fields are ending up, so the higher technical capacity. And so these are the jobs that we're really trying to grow in terms of diversity to allow people to experience that higher wage, to keep our students in Mississippi, you know, because these are the types of jobs that they are leaving the state for. So what have we done on the Mississippi Gulf Coast? In 2017, we worked with a bunch of different industries across the Mississippi Gulf Coast, our community colleges, our high schools, really any business that was willing to participate. And we had some consultants come in. It was at the same time that the governor's Ocean Task Force was going on. So as the industry was looking at what can we do as a whole on the Mississippi Gulf Coast to capture more of the blue economy, we were looking at it from what is the role of the University of Southern Mississippi? How can we help and how do we partner with everybody to help? And so there was some keys to success here. Resources to support business development, really kind of focusing on building that hub and getting that buzz, creating that buzz, building on our advantages. Don't do things you're not good at, right? You have a good synergy here. You have location, you have talent, you have this expertise. What is it? How can you help? and then programming to create that talent pipeline. So, and I see that it's on this thing, it says high schools, but we've gone even earlier. You really got to capture people in middle school and starting to explain to them the blue economy, how it works and what their job opportunities are. And so that's all of us working together through this entire pipeline, making sure we have the partnerships in place. And in addition to that, a kind of marketing and branding that sets us apart on the global scale. That brand is Guff Blue. That went through a huge brand launch in 2021, but it is globally recognized. And that has helped from a competitive standpoint in attracting companies to the state. What was the role of USM? So we looked at, and this is in terms of the new sector, capturing some of the new sector and new technology. And there's these 6 key areas that were identified in partnership with us in the industry in the area. Aquaculture, marine friendly plastics, kind of pulls in both our ocean and our polymer sciences, ocean and coastal data analysis, huge for getting anything done nowadays in terms of getting things to work. Smart ports, sea and space systems. We're down there with NASA, makes total sense. And then our uncrewed or unmanned maritime systems that we work on. But for decades, we've been building this infrastructure down there, and this helps us capture these technologies. In addition to that, these are just some highlights of the infrastructure that are already on the Gulf Coast. We operate in all 3 coastal counties in addition to Hattiesburg. So some of the infrastructure there in Jackson County, the Thad Cochran Marine Aquaculture Center, in the Port of Gulfport, the new building coming online, the Roger F. Wicker Center for Ocean Enterprise, joins the Marine Research Center there. Our Polymer Institute, of course, in Hattiesburg fits into this really nicely. But then again, our water resources. So having aquaculture already out there with the oyster farm that we have, having what we call CubeNet, which is a series of oceans and different sensors that go from space to the sea floor that operate in riverine, coastal, and deep ocean conditions that allow companies to be able to really test their products and put it through the paces. So it's a whole test range for these opportunities. In addition to several research vessels, the new one there, the Gilbert R. Mason, that is being built with the National Science Foundation for us, 199-foot ocean growing vessel. This is the scientific work of the future there. We have 4 vessels over 100 feet, in addition to about 65 vessels under 45 feet. That helps people get out on the water and helps us do what we need to do. In terms of degree generation, I think you've heard some of this already. The Bachelor's of Applied Sciences and the Applied Technology has been something we've worked on for a while. The 2+2 system coming out of the community college, in addition to similar things, making sure people can get credit for the work they are doing in the Bachelor's of Applied Sciences. Also having active or retiring military, some of their service that can count towards some of this. Different way to get a degree. And so you see that whether it's the applied technology one or in our computer science having one, you see a cybersecurity BAS. So some similar things. You never want to dead end somebody's career, right? You want them getting credit for those community college classes, a couple of college courses they took, maybe even some credentialing they've already done for their current business that they're in. On here, I picked just several of the degrees that I feel really kind of highlight some of the blue economy. Of course, on the coast, having the conservation marine biology courses, your living sciences, your physical sciences and oceanography, which are expressed in marine science there, which is at Stennis Space Center. Hydrographic science, 100% job placement for people who go through this program, very high paying job there. Ocean engineering, a new one that we brought online about 5 years ago that continues to grow. Of course, polymer science and engineering, Hattiesburg fits real well into this, in addition to logistics, trade, and transportation. And then, of course, all the computer science, because everything is automated and everything needs some level of cybersecurity, and we've got to build better networks, and we will continue to see that, and that is a huge growing field for everyone. But to the point that I think we are stressing in some of this, we've been doing certificates and micro credentials for probably about 8 years now. And this continues to grow and continues to be a good place for us to grow. Some of the first ones we did are with the United States Navy, recognizing that they had a need in hydrography or in other programs for this. It's certificate-based. Get them out there, get them trained, get them in the workforce. So I've highlighted just a couple that pertained to the blue economy. On the left-hand side of your page and on the screen, these are ones that are operating kind of the certificate realm. Like we mentioned earlier, they can build to a degree. The first two, the unmanned maritime systems ones, they kind of operate as a tier 1 to tier 2. Those are always 100% filled to capacity. What we're limited by is the ability to get people on vessels and get them actually physically trained. Often what you see, the federal government and industry is who is sending the majority of their current employees to get upskilled to do this. And for every operator we train on the second tier, we need 3 to 6 technicians. And so we have worked with Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College to offer an additional kind of training that they offer that works to train those technicians. So we're working in concert to try to get the workforce built up. And most of this, a lot of you see is kind of got an electrical component. And so you tend to see, you know, they can do something in the electrical engineering space or into the space or electrical technology into some of these unmanned system spaces. Cyber security, same thing. But you could also build to the certificate programs on the left, you can build to a degree. On the right-hand side of the screen, the ones that are starred, they operate more for just upskilling for anyone. The first one, the Blue Economy Leadership Certificate, is being paid for by the Department of Labor. And this is for people that are already in the workforce. We've been working with industry. What are the skills you need? And it's some of those soft skills that we mentioned in the leadership side. And so working with that industry and, you know, as a company, they're sending their employees to be trained in this program. The 3 that have maritime was funded through Accelerate Mississippi. And this was identified as a need, as a quick upskilling, especially after COVID, when a lot of people were out of the workforce and weren't able to upskill. And a lot of this was done online, and then they actually flew in person to do the hands-on part so that they could receive the certificate. Because for these badging and these certificate-based programs, there is always a piece at the end where you have to be tested that you meet a certain standard in order to get the credentials. And so we've seen I think there was in the maritime one, I have the numbers, like 175 unique people participated with 152 completions in that one. And that was between April and August of 2023 that those numbers occurred. In addition to that, we continue to build the ecosystem. The Gulf Blue Navigator is an accelerator-based program that we operate across the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And you can go ahead and scroll up so I can tell them. So we actually have cohorts that come through and participate, and these are companies. And you see some of the criteria. They're a little bit later stage, still kind of startup, but later stage. They're making some money. They have to have at least some revenue coming in. And they typically already have a product that they need to prototype. So we are working to not only build that ecosystem by recruiting companies to Mississippi that are participating in this, but also companies that are already here starting up their business. Because what we're hoping to do is continue to add to the job market with these higher paying jobs that these companies tend to bring with them. And just some statistics from the last cohort, which finished in April, that's 5 new businesses registered in the state of Mississippi. About $2 million in revenue since April that these companies have brought in, and they have 9 partnerships with businesses other than the University of Southern Mississippi. So they are already currently working with the local businesses on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. From the first cohort, we also have 5 companies that are still registered in Mississippi, working with Mississippi companies and hiring Mississippi students. And that's just a highlight of the last cohort companies that we have. But I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lucas. That's very impressive, and I've had the opportunity to visit with some of the businesses that you have mentioned, and the work that they're doing. Couple of takeaways, because I know you were targeting really the region, and we talked about the different security, cybersecurity, et cetera, piece of some of the businesses, because it is DoD related, whether it's shipbuilding or whether it's the Ocean Aero. And those are the high-end jobs. Those are the high-paying jobs and the certificate programs that you're trying to put together. I do want to ask you on the tourism and recreation employees, because you included that. It's a high percentage, it's a lower wage than the competitive area around. Is that correct?
It is. Yes.
And I don't see that changing, anytime soon, that the tourism piece and the employees, because it's very labor driven. Is there anything that we can do, or anything that you guys are identifying that's an upskilling opportunity? Because a lot of those, I assume, may be restaurant industry, it may be the hotel industry, or something to that aspect, but they are working. They're in our labor force. Is there anything that we kind of target with them, or that you've seen that's beneficial to draw them into maybe a higher paying wage?
I do. I see a lot of the upskilling in terms of leadership skills that they could participate in some of those courses that would help them. I also know that a lot of them, they have degrees, right?
Yes.
They want to stay in Mississippi. They're working in these jobs. They would also love a job in their field, right? A technology-based field that they worked in. So I think, in some cases you will see, if they have the ability to upskill and move into one of those jobs, that then you will have somebody that comes in and fills in the tourism sector as well. But I do think these credentialing is a good way just to get up skills for anybody. I mean, even in programs where we have graduates, academia, by the time you get accredited in something, right, technology moves faster than the accreditation process. So we even encourage students in certain high technology turnover fields to get credentialed or to take certificate-based classes before they graduate, so they have the latest and greatest in their skill set. We're in a place now where technology is moving fast, and you got to get trained and upskilled somehow. But also not lose sight that a lot of what industry is telling us that they need is some of these softer skills that people have missed out on as well. That being credentialed in that, or being able to show that you meet some standard in that, would also probably improve your chances of employment.
Any questions from the committee? Well, I certainly appreciate the information, and I know that a couple of years ago we had looked at even creating a Department of Tourism to focus, because our state and its unique regions, from the Gulf Coast to Northeast Mississippi to the Delta, the music, and the book festival was just here a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of people from across the country were here. So we have so much to talk about on that side, that our state parks, just the list goes on and on. So we appreciate what you're doing on the coast, and thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. And I appreciate y'all for your work as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we will move to Jackson State University. Dr. Brandy Newkirk Turner is Associate Provost, and I will let you come forward. And Dr. Newkirk Turner, just whenever you are ready, we'll turn the floor over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Brandy Newkirk Turner, and I am the Associate Provost in Academic Affairs at Jackson State University. I'm joined today by a few of our academic deans. We have Dr. Wilbur Walters Jr., the Dean of the College of Engineering, Science, and Technology, Dr. Tony Latiker, the Dean of the College of Education and Human Development, and Dr. Fidelis Ecom, the Dean of the College of Business. On behalf of our President, Dr. Marcus L. Thompson, and our Provost, Dr. Denise Gregory, I'm really excited today to be here to share with you the various efforts at Jackson State in workforce development and how we are preparing our students to enter into the workforce and secure high-paying jobs. Jackson State University's mission is centered on providing quality education at multiple academic levels, ensuring that students from diverse backgrounds are equipped to thrive as critical thinkers and ethical global leaders. By offering rigorous academic programs, the university emphasizes developing skills that directly align with the demands of today's workforce, including technological advancement and problem-solving abilities. Jackson State's motto, "Challenging Minds, Changing Lives," speaks directly to the transformative power of education. When we talk about challenging minds at Jackson State, we mean that we're fostering critical thinking and pushing students beyond the classroom to think innovatively and to solve real-world problems. This intellectual rigor prepares them to navigate the complexities of today's global workforce. When we talk about changing lives, we refer to how JSU equips students with the skills, knowledge, and experiences needed to thrive in competitive careers, creating pathways for personal and financial success that impact their families and communities. So what makes JSU unique in preparing our students for the future economy? JSU stands out through its strategic partnerships with industry leaders. Our collaborations with companies like Walmart and Deloitte have resulted in mentoring, career preparation, internships, and direct entry into high-paying jobs for our students. For example, in 2021, JSU entered into a long-term partnership with Walmart with the purpose of strategically preparing our students to obtain high-paying jobs within the Walmart Corporation or in similar organizations. 2 Walmart vice presidents were appointed as executives in residence, each leading a mentor circle of 10 to 12 students from the College of Business and the College of Science, Engineering, and Technology. These mentor circles met monthly and participated in an immersion weekend experience at the Walmart headquarters. The executives also visited our campus for workshops, career prep, and curriculum feedback, culminating in student interviews for summer internships. So what was the impact of the partnership? 7 students accepted summer internships at Walmart. And since that time, all 7 students have graduated from Jackson State and have entered into the workforce in positions related to their majors and internship experiences. Of the 7, 3 are associate merchants for Sam's Club. 1 is a senior analyst in global audit with the accounting and finance team at the Walmart headquarters. 1 is a territory sales lead at the Hershey Company. 1 is a track hardware engineer at General Motors, and 1 continued his education at JSU to earn an MBA. The partnership between Deloitte and Jackson State University's College of Business is another example of a strategic initiative designed to prepare JSU students to enter into a competitive workforce. Deloitte provides industry-leading audit, consulting, tax, and advisory services to many of the world's most admired brands, including nearly 90% of the Fortune 500 and more than 7,000 private companies. The partnership between Deloitte and Jackson State University's College of Business strategically prepares students for the competitive workforce. Deloitte offers holistic support through scholarships, internships, leadership development, and career preparation. Since 2022, 62 students have received scholarships and nearly 50 students have participated in Deloitte's Leadership Summit and Emerging Leaders programs. ongoing mentorship and campus engagement, including resume reviews, workshops, and networking events, further bolster students' professional development. This collaboration has directly led to 60 students securing internships or full-time positions with Deloitte, building a lasting bond between JSU and the firm by creating a powerful cycle of support, career preparation, job obtainment, success, and service in return. Many of our students who go on to be employed at Deloitte return to the university to mentor current students, sharing their knowledge and experiences. This cyclical process strengthens both the university and Deloitte by fostering a continuous flow of talent and leadership, where graduates not only benefit from the partnership, but also contribute to the success of the next generation of students. The second way in which JSU is unique in preparing our students for the future economy is our efforts in entrepreneurship and innovation. JSU encourages entrepreneurship and innovation by offering resources and support through business incubators and entrepreneurial programs. The JSU Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship is the university's hub for entrepreneurship and innovation. The center leverages the best of JSU's STEM, business, and entrepreneurial capabilities, as well as university and industry partnerships to focus on innovation and competitiveness. The resources in the center serve to take students from the initial phases of creativity and innovation to entrepreneurship and commercialization. Over 400 students engage with the center each semester. The center's initiatives includes the JSU Fellows Program, which is designed to provide students with the skills needed to be ready for the future of work. Students are trained on cutting-edge technologies, how to develop their own tech solutions, and are paired with industries and universities for hands-on training, internship opportunities, mentorship, and job placement. They also participate in hackathons and innovation competitions. What's especially remarkable about the JSU Fellows Program is the center's commitment to support students to obtain internships and subsequently high-paying jobs. Of the 22 fellows since 2020, each one has secured an internship, a fellowship, and/or a job in an area related to their training. Placements include cloud architect and technical training specialist at Amazon Web Services, Associate Solutions Architect at Amazon Web Services, epidemiologist at the Mississippi State Department of Health, integrated marketing manager at ATR International, and software engineer fellow at Netflix. The center also includes several resources, state-of-the-art technology, and meeting spaces to support the innovative activities of JSU students, extending such capabilities to the Mississippi community and other industry partners. Jackson State University is a founding partner of the Mississippi AI Collaborative. Through collaborative efforts with the Mississippi AI Collaborative, JSU aims to equip students and Mississippians with essential AI skills to thrive in the evolving job market. These initiatives prepare students for AI-driven careers and foster economic growth and digital inclusion across the state. Our key initiatives in this collaboration are the AI Educator Accelerator Fellowship and AI-thon. This fellowship, which is led by the Mississippi AI Collaborative, aims to equip educators with AI skills, knowledge, and tools to integrate AI education into Mississippi schools. As of today, 200 faculty and students from JSU have participated in the AI-thon and have been AI certified through these programs. The AI Agency Apprenticeship Program was developed by 2 JSU students. This program provides hands-on, real-world AI experience for JSU students, allowing them to work alongside professionals in gaining AI solutions for local businesses and organizations. Apprentices gain support in AI prompt engineering, graphic design, chatbot creation, and more, which directly prepares them for the workforce. The AI agency's focus on applied AI ensures that JSU students graduate with practical, marketable skills. The AI Catalyst cohort is an initiative in which JSU graduates work as program managers alongside current JSU students to run a key program of the AI agency, the AI Catalyst cohort, which is directly related to workforce development. These programs are designed to stimulate AI-driven innovation among Mississippi businesses and organizations, with JSU students actively involved in providing AI solutions, including data analytics, prompt engineering, and AI integration services. The AI Catalyst program is aimed at upskilling 50 local businesses annually, contributing to the economic development while providing students with essential experiences in the field. The Co-Builder Startup Accelerator aims to supercharge entrepreneurs with top-notch mentorship, resources, and investor connections. Brandon Newton, a current JSU graduate student, is a member of the 2024 cohort and the creator of MedHub AI. This mobile application leverages artificial intelligence to provide comprehensive diet, fitness, and medication tracking, integrating electronic health record platforms to offer personalized medical advice. After launching his company, Brandon hired 2 JSU students to work as part of his team. This directly demonstrates the impact that these programs have had on our students and how, with the right experiences and resources, they create jobs for themselves and for others. And finally, the AI Integration and Curriculum Action Plan. Through our participation in the Association of American Colleges and Universities AI Institute, JSU is actively working on an action plan to integrate AI into its curriculum and teaching practices across the university. The plan emphasizes a general education pathway exploring AI fundamentals across disciplines, making AI education accessible to all students, regardless of their major, in preparation for an AI-influenced workforce. According to the American Associations of Colleges and Universities, AI will change every job. So at JSU, we are working to ensure that students will graduate from JSU with various experiences in AI to ensure that they are equipped for the future in the evolving workforce. Our AI outreach and commitment to digital inclusion also helps to ensure that the broader community and small businesses are not left behind, but are instead equipped with the AI skills necessary to excel in the workforce and contribute to the state's economic growth. The third way in which JSU is unique in preparing our students for the future economy is our efforts in job placement and career services. JSU's Career Services Center is the hub for the institution's efforts to provide career counseling, resume building, job placement support, and access to job fairs focused on industries offering high-paying positions. Additionally, the center offers data on future job markets and salary trends to help students align their goals with future opportunities. The Career Center hosts 2 signature events each year, the Career Expo, which is actually being held today, and the Teacher Recruitment Fair. The Spring 2024 Career Expo hosted 118 employees and 451 students. The Spring 2024 Teacher Recruitment Day hosted 80 school districts and 75 students. What are we doing to evaluate the future economy and to motivate our students to obtain high-paying jobs? JSU is analyzing labor market trends and economic forecasts to adapt its academic programs to align with the demands of the future economy. At JSU, we collaborated with industry leaders and our college advisory boards to identify booming sectors in areas where our academic offerings could fill market gaps. One prime example is our newly launched supply chain management program. The COVID-19 pandemic illuminated global supply chain weaknesses, prompting us to work with industry partners to design a new degree program in this area. Complementing our supply chain management degree program is the establishment of a new Center for Supply Chain Management, which provides vital workforce development opportunities, enhancing student engagement, research, and corporate collaboration in this growing field. The center, which is still being established, will provide short and long-term training to students and interested business constituents to improve supply chain infrastructure and promote sustainability. It will also enable JSU to prepare students interested in the supply chain field for the many career opportunities that it offers. This is a field in which jobs are expected to increase by 30% between 2020 and 2030, a figure that is much higher than the 8% average job growth rate expected across all occupations in the United States. Our curriculum alignment efforts also involve incorporating courses in emerging fields like data science, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity, which are expected to provide high-paying jobs. Another example is our workforce development stackable micro-credentialing program offered through the Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. The micro-credentialing program offers focused, hands-on learning experiences that ensure that participants are career-ready with the professional skills they need to excel in a data-driven industry. Through this program, 5 micro-credential badges are available. This stackable micro-credentialing program is the precursor to our cybersecurity for AI and data science certificate program, which is under review. With support from the Delta Regional Authority and the U.S. Department of Labor, JSU will launch this workforce development program to provide certification to new entrants to the workforce and incumbent workers. Exposure to experts and industry leaders provides our students with opportunities to network with them and motivates our students to seek and obtain high-paying jobs. With this idea in mind, President Marcus Thompson, along with the Honorable Haley Barber and Dr. Samuel Thompson, host Friends After 5 once a month at Jackson State University. This event offers JSU students with the opportunity to network with influential business leaders, government officials, and professionals across various industries to help them understand industry demands and opportunities. Discuss a program that is helping the university to prepare for the present and future state of the economy in a unique way. The first project that I'd like to highlight is Jackson Middle College. Jackson State University is uniquely preparing future math teachers to address the critical shortages in Mississippi's public schools through its Jackson Middle College project. Jackson Middle College is a partnership between Jackson Public School District, Jackson State University, and the Mississippi Department of Education to address the need for math educators in JPS. JPS staff and faculty in the College of Education and Human Development and the Math Department at Jackson State have collaborated to design the dual enrollment program for high schoolers who aspire to be math teachers, as well as develop a new mathematics education curriculum. And also they petitioned the Mississippi Department of Education for a licensure pathway designed specifically to produce algebra and geometry teachers in 7th to 12th grade classrooms. The pathway was approved in spring 2024, and JSU is currently the only institution in the state to have an approved mathematics education, algebra, and geometry licensure program. JPS and JSU work together to recruit high school students who are interested in becoming math teachers from all JPS high schools, resulting in at least one Jackson Middle College student from each Jackson Public School high school. The dually enrolled students take at least 15 hours of college coursework on the campus of JSU each semester while being enrolled as juniors and seniors at their local high school. We are currently in year 2 of the program. Cohort 1 consists of 15 students and cohort 2 consists of 18 students. Our significant accomplishments for cohort 1 includes 15 dually enrolled high school Jackson State University students who have completed 31 hours of college coursework with an average GPA of 3.47. These students have also completed the Southern Initiative Algebra Project Training, which is a whole school mathematics education reform initiative. And they also provided 2 days of tutoring for Jackson area GED students in mathematics. Tuition for the Jackson Middle College students' first 2 years of college or their dual enrollment period is paid by JPS based on the dual enrollment rate established by IHL. In return, Jackson Middle College students have agreed to teach a minimum of 3 years in JPS upon program completion. By providing tuition for the first 2 years of college, this program ensures students graduate ready to fill critical need teaching position areas, thereby addressing both current and future economic needs. Example 2 comes from the College of Health Sciences, Department of Communicative Disorders, which has secured and administered 4 personnel preparation grants in excess of $4 million, awarded by the U.S. Department of Education, Office of Special Education Programs. The purpose of these grants is to increase the number of qualified personnel to help states meet identified needs, address critical shortage areas, and ensure that children with disabilities are supported by fully credentialed school personnel. Since 2014, through these grants, 36 speech-language pathology graduate students have been fully funded to earn a Master's of Science degree and full credentials to enter into the workforce as a speech-language pathologist. The job placement rate for students prepared through these personnel preparation grants is 100%. Of these students, 64% accepted in-state jobs and started their careers in Mississippi. This is significant because according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, employment of speech-language pathologists is projected to grow 18% from 2023 to 2033, much faster than the average of all occupations. The occupation can be considered to be a high-paying job, with the median annual wage for speech-language pathologists being $89,000. The university's workforce development efforts also include professional development offered to professionals from various industries. Several academic departments offer professional development opportunities, but the university's most robust professional development program is operated out of the College of Education and Human Development School of Lifelong Learning. The numbers on the screen are based on activities carried out from July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. The center provided 297 professional development sessions to serve 7,184 participants who earned a total of 10,995 continuing education hours. How are we putting people in the workforce that aren't working? JSU, through its School of Lifelong Learning, offers free GED courses to more than 50 people within our community each year, including adults in custody. The center also offers workforce development courses, enrichment workshops, and employability skill workshops. Various centers on JSU's campus target job creation through the strategic support of small business owners and prospective business owners. For example, the JSU Women's Business Center, which is a center that provides business counseling, training, and mentorship to help women entrepreneurs grow their businesses and contribute to job creation. Another example is the JSU Small Business Development Center, which is a center that offers free counseling and workshops to aspiring entrepreneurs and small business owners, helping them to launch and sustain their businesses. To connect our students and alumni to job opportunities, we leverage platforms like Handshake, which is an online job marketplace where employers advertise jobs and internships for college students and graduates at Handshake's participating colleges and universities. In addition, employers can connect with candidates via Handshake and set up virtual or in-person career fairs. Every student at JSU has a subscription to Handshake. And increasingly, various units on campus are supporting students to become proficient in using LinkedIn to network and look for jobs. Through various resources on campus, students have access to photographers for professional headshots through university communications, professional attire through the JSU Career Closet, for career and resume preparation resources through the Career Services Center. And are JSU graduates working in their field of study, and do we have placement rates? According to our various exit surveys used across campus, a large percentage of JSU graduates find jobs related to their field of study. Jackson State University administers the Council of Graduate Studies exit survey as a primary method to collect data, including pre- and postgraduate school placement data from our students. Exit survey results from 2021 to 2023 are as follows. One question asked, in the 6-month period after earning your undergraduate degree, which of the following best describes how you spent your time? Results are that 80% of our undergraduates are employed after earning their undergraduate degree, and about 15% continue their education as graduate students. Another question asked, how closely related is your current job to your current master's degree? Results are that 94% of our surveyed students reported that their current job and master's degrees are related. Another question asked, what best describes the sector or industry where you currently work? Our top 3 responses were education, K-12 education, government, healthcare, and social assistance. The university also tracks the employment milestones of graduates from our education licensure programs. These are graduates who are initial teaching degree holders and are employed in Mississippi. These charts show that a high percentage of our education graduates enter the teaching profession in Mississippi. First and second year retention rates are high, with first year retention rates being the highest. Next are the placement rates for the Master of Science in Communicative Disorders Speech Language Pathology program. As shown on the slide, the employment rate in the profession 1 year from graduation, and actually 3 to 6 months from graduation, is high. 100% for the last 2 years, with the 3-year average being 97%. As shown also are the percentages of students who are employed in Mississippi immediately after graduation. As shown, these rates are also high and exceed 75%. In sum, Jackson State University, as part of its mission and through unique programs and initiatives, is committed to preparing our students to enter into the workforce as technologically advanced, ethical global leaders who can think critically, address societal problems, and compete effectively in the labor market. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have along with our deans.
Thank you, Dr. Newkirk Turner. A couple things, the takeaways or questions I guess I have. I worked at Walmart when I was a student at Northeast Community College many years ago, so that hit close to home, as well as the supply chain things that you're doing. But the Deloitte partnership, or the majority of those jobs, are those accounting degrees, or is it across a broader spectrum, this relationship you have ongoing with Deloitte?
The majority are accounting degrees, but it goes across our degree offerings in our College of Business.
And Then as far as the, a lot of your, obviously, economic forecasting and lining up your curriculum, many of the programs you highlighted, I would assume, but I don't want to assume, tie into probably some AWS future job opportunities that are in the region. The partnership there and relationship, I'm sure, is strong.
That's correct.
Okay. And I will yield to other questions after this. I was looking at the middle college. That's very impressive that you're working directly with JPS to say, hey, here's our need. And I think we're seeing that replicated across colleges and across, that's what we want, is that we look and say what is needed by industry. And in this case, the industry's education. And so we're actually finding people in that junior, senior year and saying, hey, here's an opportunity. We'll make it economically available to you those first 2 years. And then there's a commitment period. Those same students, I'm sure, or I assume, can take advantage of the William Winter Scholarship or other programs. So potentially someone could come into this program and JPS is stepping up for the first 2 years. And then there's potentially some good assistance on the other side of that as well.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I will yield. And of course, the speech pathology, I mean, a lot of these are clearly industries where there's tremendous growth coming, but not only that, there's tremendous need.
Yeah.
So, thank you. I would, any questions from committee members? Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Newkirk Turner, let me ask you, the internships, are they by departments or is that held through the, I guess old school would be placement. I don't know what is.
Yeah, so I didn't hear the whole question, but I think you said, are the internships by department? Yes, they are by department, but we also collect our data by college, by program. So yes.
How many interns do you normally have during the course of a year?
Hundreds across all 5 colleges, hundreds.
And do you have a number to show how many of those interns are placed into permanent employment after they finish the internship?
It's a high percentage. I don't have the numbers. For Deloitte, I offered information about job placement. And so that placement rate is really high. And so our efforts really are to create these programs where we do create these pipelines from Jackson State into internships, perhaps summer internships. With Deloitte, for example, we have students that have done summer internships since their freshman year and are poised to take a position with Deloitte. So that percentage is increasing as we become more strategic with the partnerships.
How many organizations or how many companies do you all recruit the companies or the corporation, or how do you come up with that?
So for example, today is our Career Expo Center. So there are probably nearly 200 companies on campus right now meeting with our students about internships, about jobs. So that's one way that we start those partnerships. A lot of people reach out to Jackson State. They recognize the potential of our Jackson State our students, and a lot of partnerships come to us. Walmart was a partnership that came to us. Deloitte is an interesting, really remarkable partnership because the more students that we graduate and take jobs and take jobs at Deloitte, the more it strengthens that partnership. So there are various ways that we come up with these partnerships. Our deans are here. They work with a lot of different partners. The Friends After 5 is another way that we get opportunities to network and talk to people about what the needs are and how Jackson State might fill those needs and the opportunities for our students.
One last question, as far as the community is concerned, I saw where you have, the offering for the GED program for the, math, individual, in the math partnership to work with GED participants. What other, and I think this morning, the program in Mississippi Valley, they was talking about Mississippi Valley with the program with connectivity, I guess, with Parchman for individuals to receive degrees. Do we have any such type of relationship with, because here, not necessarily individuals that are incarcerated, but individuals that have left the, paid their debt to society and now out and they can't get jobs because of, do we have anything on campus that's with that focus?
Thank you for asking that. The GED program includes adults that are in custody. We are also in the very beginning stages of working a partnership, an academic partnership with the correctional facility in Yazoo City, Yazoo County, so that we can begin offering a degree program for those adults in custody.
Now, you mentioned, I said last one, but this, as far as workforce development, do you receive a direct appropriation of part of through IHL, or what's the source of your funds for your workforce development that you're doing?
Our funding sources vary. We have, some are grant supported, some are from appropriations. They just vary based on the project.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will close the day out with Dr. Noel Wilkin, the Provost and Executive Chancellor for Academic Affairs from the University of Mississippi. Dr. Wilkin, I will let you proceed whenever you are ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Senators, thank you for the opportunity to address this committee about important matters in labor force development provided by educational institutions. One thing I wanted to start with is the commissioner made the comment that an educated society, or at least showed some data that demonstrated that an educated society is an employed society. And so the role that higher education plays in educating society truly is aimed at not just employment, but a whole host of other economic benefits to the state of Mississippi. Starting off, if you look at the if you were to look at the economic and specific societal benefits to the state from the University of Mississippi and other public institutions, we have to at least first start off with why universities exist. First, we're discovering and creating truth, we're innovating, and we're creating technologies that are used by society. We're shaping an understanding of the truth for society. We're disseminating that knowledge and understanding, and we are educating and granting degrees that have the ability to contribute to the labor force and individual benefits to the people who earn those degrees. So I don't want to lose sight of the overall economic impact that we have as an institution. In 2019, an impact report documented that the university contributes $2.9 billion in annual economic benefit for the state and enables over 43,000 jobs. 1 out of every 37 jobs in Mississippi is supported by activities of UM and its students. And that translates to about $8 of return for every dollar invested if you just simply look at the state appropriations provided to the institution, or an 800% ROI. That is considerable, but there's also entities within our institution that serve the state in specific ways. These are some examples from the University of Mississippi. I do want to note that every institution has entities like this that serve the state of Mississippi in specific ways. First, our Center for Manufacturing Excellence, in addition to having educating the business, accounting, and engineering majors studying alongside of each other to understand manufacturing and go out and work in the manufacturing industry, we also do outreach to Mississippi manufacturers to help them improve their manufacturing operations. The Mississippi Law Research Institute, while providing a valuable training ground for lawyers in the state,
School of Law. They also provide unbiased, non-political law research for legislature, municipalities, and the agencies of Mississippi. The Mississippi Mineral Resource Institute is studying the resources within the state and coordinates mineral-related research to guide responsible decisions about those resources and the environmental health for the citizens. The Research Institute for Pharmaceutical Sciences, in addition to looking for natural products, is running centers like the National Center for Cannabis Research and Education to help educate the next generation of people who may be working in the medical cannabis field. Mississippi Supercomputer is another benefit, providing computing resources, training, support for faculty, staff, and students of all the Mississippi public institutions, and the Mississippi Small Business Development Center, which empowers Mississippi's businesses and makes a considerable contribution to the clients that they serve across the 82 counties. In our state court education program, we're serving the Mississippi Judicial College, providing continuing judicial education to and training for about 1,400 court-related personnel. The Center for Pharmaceutical Marketing Management conducts Mississippi Medicaid drug utilization review research, and that DUR is estimated to save roughly 20% in medication costs. The final example I'll mention is the Transactional Law Clinic. This is a clinic that provides assistance to entrepreneurs and nonprofit organizations to foster economic development, increase access to capital, and promote job growth in the Mississippi Delta. And these services are provided free of charge. There's a considerable educational benefit that comes as well as due to the existence of institutions of higher learning. And one of the things that has already been mentioned in this chamber is the Ascent to 55 goals. And by 2030, we expect to reach a goal of 55% of the workforce over 25 years of age having a post-secondary credential. And by 2035, 60% of the workers over 25 years of age will have a post-secondary credential. The recommendations from the Mississippi Economic Council are that we should align with state workforce needs. We should have accessibility to all Mississippians to support and ensure they finish. We should have affordability to support the students to attend the institution, and also awareness to increase importance of earning a career credential. And we are currently at 47.6%. We know that a bachelor's degree is going to increase one's earning potential, but I would also say that we need to have the responsible use of dollars to scholarship students who come from poverty backgrounds, like our Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship, where students who come from a family that makes less than $40,000 a year can come to the institution with tuition, room, and board covered. If you look at how the institutions are contributing to this goal of Ascent to 55 and an educated labor force, this pie chart on the left of this slide shows the breakdown of the credentials generated by each entity within the state. Mississippi Public Universities, that's the IHL system, is generating 45.5% of those. Mississippi Community Colleges, 43% of all those degrees granted in a given academic year, and the private universities, 11.6. You can see the further breakdown in the two pie charts to the right, where University of Mississippi, Mississippi State, Southern Mississippi, and Jackson State University are actually generating 38.8% of the state's overall total credentials awarded. Where if you look at the community colleges, you can see that they're at 43%. And if you look back at the slide that that was referenced by Dr. Seal when she was talking about attainment of those with a bachelor's degree and associate's degree, this does not account for the fact that you have some students who get an associate's degree and then go on and earn a bachelor's degree, but they'll be counted in the bachelor's degree category. Also, you will note that that those who have earned the bachelor's degree from the Mississippi Public Universities are going to earn it from one of these entities in the state of Mississippi. Community colleges, and this just is a reiteration of the previous slide. If you look at the grant degrees that we grant, not only are we granting degrees who are studying within their fields, about 20 to 25% of those degrees are in STEM fields. And that's the overall total from each given year. We have contributed to the Complete to Compete program, in which our students can finish their degrees at our institution and earn a bachelor's degree. The IHL system worked to create a university studies degree program that allows adults who have completed some college education to put those credits together to work towards or contribute towards the completion of a degree. And that has been incredibly successful. 90% of the degrees over the last decade from our institution are awarded to students who come from SEC states. We are an SEC university along with our sister institution, Mississippi State, and that certainly does make us more visible and attractive to students who come from the southeastern states of the United States. How does that compare to other universities within the SEC? If you look at the fall 22 enrollment, which is the latest data we have from iPads on how many students are enrolled in each institution, you can see that Texas A&M leads the SEC with 74,000 students, and Vanderbilt is the smallest at 13,000. Us and Mississippi State are the second and third smallest institutions. Since our enrollment has increased, we'll be slightly ahead of Mississippi State in the next year's report. But what I want to point out is the median is 32,785. So to continue to remain relevant within this conference, within this portion of the United States, we still have to continue to focus on how we're growing our enrollment and how we're making the contributions to the things we already discussed, how we're contributing to our state, but also how we're contributing to the innovation and the technology of society overall. I would also point out that if you look at the appropriated funding, while the Senate has been in the legislature has been incredibly generous to the IHL system over the years, the funding that is needed to grow these institutions is still obvious. And you can look at our next closest supported institution in terms of funding and see that they do receive a considerable amount of funding from their states in order to advance their missions. I don't want to lose sight of the fact, while we're talking about students getting jobs, and that's an obvious benefit to the student, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are all the other benefits that students pursue when they go to seek a college education. We've already made mention of the prison to college pipeline program or the prison educational program. I had the opportunity also to attend one of these graduation ceremonies where the students who are incarcerated at Parchment Prison had completed a course. After the graduation ceremony and the incredible jubilation that these individuals experienced, we sat down and had lunch together and had the opportunity to talk with them. And what I discovered, while I thought they would be very quick to talk about how this gave them something to do or how this program just gave them something to pass the time, none of them mentioned about passing the time. In fact, what they talked about is how this course helped them to change the way they think, how this course helped them to steal away from their circumstances, how it helped them to have meaningful conversations with their loved ones when they came to visit, and how it gave them hope for their future and how what they might do once they're released. These individuals, devoid of the noise that we experience every day in our lives, were able to experience the true, raw, transformative power of higher education. They were able to see and feel the benefits of what it means to expand one's mind and grasp new concepts, learn new perspectives, and ultimately shape how they think and how they engage with other people. So I don't ever want to lose sight of that transformative power. Because we can't feel it doesn't mean it's not there. It's there. It's always there. It's there for our students. It was there for all of us who have earned degrees and ultimately will benefit us for a lifetime. Now, I've already mentioned that the earning potential comes along with that, with over $1 million more over a lifetime and the appreciation for life that is and all that's in it. Meaningful work that aligns with expertise leads to happiness and productive lives. Improved performance because they have the skills, critical thinking, and abilities to be autonomous, develop mastery, and seek meaning in their career and in their lives. One of our faculty members pulled me aside one time and said, we need to start talking about how not only does this give people the opportunity to earn jobs, but it also gives them the opportunity to have an amazing life experiences. She thinks of it in terms of going on a trip to Italy And thanks to a bachelor's of accountancy degree, has a job where they can earn paid leave while on vacation with their family. Italian 201, being able to speak the language. Classics 314, being able to understand the Colosseum, why it existed, what happened in that space in the Roman Empire. And then also the ability to explain the significance of the trip as seen through art, thanks to art history courses. These also are benefits to every one of us who avail ourselves of higher education and education. And why do students choose this? I mean, ultimately, it's the student's choice as to where they want to go to school, what they want to study. And in a democracy like we have in America, that freedom to engage in institutions and study the fields that are of interest is critically important to our students. The number one reason why they choose the University of Mississippi is a good program in their major. Extracurricular opportunities, academic reputation, attractive campus, and social climate round out the top reasons why they come to the University of Mississippi. I left the top 10 up there so you can also see some of the other things that students focus on when they're making these choices, because ultimately the great programs that Jackson State talked about, that Dr. Turner mentioned, the great programs that are available at Southern and at all the other institutions including Mississippi State and all the other institutions in the system, are what's driving our students to make the choice to attend these institutions in our state. I don't want us to ever lose sight of the national trends that we are trying to buck in our efforts to educate the next generation of labor force workers. The national trends in high school graduates are things I don't think are unfamiliar to this group. So I'll go quickly through these trends, but I wanted to point out one or two data points in particular. First, to remind us that Mississippi is going to experience the biggest decline across the South. And also that our high school students, while they are graduating in increasing numbers, thanks largely to the efforts that the Mississippi legislature has implemented to try to improve graduation rates and the funding received through K-12, what we're seeing is not only a decline in the number of students, but a number of the students who are actually going to college. To put this in graphical terms, if you look at the high school students and graduates, you can see that the total number of graduates is declining. The percentage of those who graduate is increasing percentage-wise, but the number is also declining. Therefore, the enrollment in post-secondary education, whether that's high school, whether that's a four-year institution or a two-year institution, is also dramatically lower. If we look at the demographics of the population that we have to face, this is how that's going to break out over the next several years through 2036. And you can see the nominal decreases in certain races and ethnicities is also going to decline. The competition that we're experiencing in higher education is dramatic because of the trends that people see in different regions of the country. We're seeing more and more institutions go farther beyond their borders to recruit students, and we're bumping into their recruiters from all over the United States right here in our own backyard. And on average, students are now applying to more than 5 universities, and through the Common App, it's easier than ever for them to do that. So that brings us to the importance of student success. When a student does choose to attend an institution, what do we do within the higher education system to help ensure their success? I can give you some glaring examples at the University of Mississippi that we attribute to the great success we've experienced in retention and graduation rates. First, a program like Fast Track, which is a first-year program for students that helps them to understand how the higher education system works, how to study, how to manage their time, how to engage with faculty, how to engage with each other, and learn about the institution where they're studying. A program like Grove Scholars, which is geared towards STEM, where STEM students who come from financial necessity or have financial need are in a program where they develop a cohort, they develop a community, they learn effective study skills, and they work together to try and ensure success. We use professional counselors in our first year while students are on our campus to help ensure that they are giving students the best advice to set them off on the right foot, not just on the foot they chose when they entered the institution. We also try to ensure that every student is part of a community. Every student is part of a community where they feel like the big university feels very small. Programs like our Center for Intelligence and Security Studies, Center for Manufacturing Excellence, the Croft Institute for International Studies, our language flagship programs, the Lot Leadership Program, our Freedom Studies minor, our STAMP Scholars Program, and then giving students opportunities to push the boundaries of their own knowledge through award programs like our STAMPS Impact Prize, which awards $200,000 every year to student-initiated, faculty-mentored projects of their own. We also wrap around services like Career Center, the job fairs, supplemental instruction, freshman advising to guide students who are undecided about their majors. All that said, this helped us to achieve the retention and graduation rates that are pretty incredible. 68% is our overall 6-year graduation rate at last report, and I expect in the next reporting year we'll cross the 70% mark. Our retention rate has also continued to climb and has now reached a pinnacle of 89%, and most recent year, 87.9%. We are engaging people outside of the institution as well, with allowing them to remain place-bound, either accelerating their path towards a credential or allowing them to remain place-bound where they're working or in their jobs and then come to us to earn additional credentials. 3+3 Accelerated Law Program is one of those accelerated programs where a student can earn a law degree in 6 years, a bachelor's and a law degree in 6 years. We host the UMMC Accelerated Nursing Program that was mentioned earlier today. We have a 1-year on-campus MBA program, and we have online programs. If students don't want to unplug from life, move to Oxford to take a degree, they can earn it right there in their own hometown through an online degree program in 13 different areas. These 5 are just a sampling of some of the programs that are available. Through our Business Law Institute, we have program is a great example of how we engage students in the industry, where students can work with local companies in the state of Mississippi and then have paid internships, which ultimately give them or make them well positioned to earn positions. And we rank in the state, top in the state for getting a job after graduation. According to Zippia, we're at 91.42% employment after 10 years of graduation. And the #1 university in the nation is at 96.7%. The competition here is also stiff, where if we look at the Southern University group of universities, which are essentially the major public institutions from Virginia all the way over to Arizona who have joined the Southern University group, you'll see institutions in here like Georgia Tech, Virginia, Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Maryland, and then our three of the big institutions in our state, University of Mississippi, Mississippi State, and University of Southern Mississippi, which are part of the Southern University group. And if you look at the IPEDS data there, you can see that the average is 88.7%, and our retention rate in the most recently available data was 89%. So we're actually outperforming institutions like Alabama, Arkansas, Texas Tech, Kentucky, Houston, Arizona State, which are impressive statistics given that we are relatively open access and many of these institutions are very selective. If you look at the 6-year graduation rates, we're also performing at an impressive rate, where the SUG average is 76% for that 2016 cohort. And for that reporting year, we were at 68%, still above Oklahoma State, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Texas Tech, University of Houston, West Virginia. So again, outperforming much of the competition and helping students who enter our institution as first-year full-time freshmen to finish their degrees at our institution within 6 years. So I've covered a lot of ground. And giving you sort of an overview of not only the economic contributions that we provide to the state of Mississippi, some direct benefits. We haven't lost sight of the fact that this is really about students choosing where they go and what they study, and how we help wraparound services to help them be successful so they can ultimately gain employment in their fields of choice. Thank you. With that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wilkin, and I appreciate all our presenters today from the 4 research institutions and the community colleges, K-12. And one of the things that this I think this committee, ultimately, the goal will be is to help understand what is driving the decisions of the student, of the institution, and therefore the policy decisions, of this legislature, because we all recognize there's an enrollment cliff. There's a decrease in the birth rate. These things are very serious if you're talking about numbers and people coming to institutions. The second thing is, if our focus through Accelerate is going to be on CTE, and a lot of people are going into the job market earlier than our four-year institutions, I appreciate each of you talking about things that you're doing, not just to retain the people that you have, but the certification programs, the building blocks. I think we're all grasping, everybody's in a hurry. Everybody has information that they used to not have at their fingertips, and to go to the campus and show up and spend 4 years, what we used to call traditional education, may not be traditional. That, it's the non-traditional way to a lot of people. So I appreciate those resources and availability, but also the understanding that we have limited resources, as a state, and each of you as institutions have limited resources, and the partnerships that you can build with industry are important. And as we look for what is best interest of the student. And that's why with our K-12, if the accountability model needs to change, let's change it. If there's something that's, disenfranchising choice, if you will, because as an entity, we want to score well. And so I really do appreciate that. I will yield any questions from the committee if you have any. Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor, for being here. Appreciate you very much. I just had a question on the slide that talked about the high school graduation rates going in 2037. It's got us going down 19%, which I only found one state that went down longer. And while north of us, Tennessee's going up too. Do you know why it's such a drastic variance from our neighbors?
Birth rates. This is purely demographic data. And so it's just a matter of the number of people who are actually going to be at that age over that time frame.
I mean, but the data between us and Arkansas is that much difference, and us and Tennessee is that much difference? Okay.
That's what's been projected. Now, these are projections. There's a few other sources that also make projections. This is done by the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. It's been updated a few times. And so they are projecting out to 20 projection on what they think is going to happen to birth rates over time.
Okay.
What we actually experience will be what we have to face. And to Chairman's point, that idea of the people getting earlier credentials and entering the workforce sooner, it's not just for us about numbers. It's also about trying to help ensure that we're helping to contribute to a labor force that is of the size needed for the organizations